Good morning. Welcome to CPAC 2024 on Broadcast Row. I'm Andy Mangione, uh, sitting in and hosting the AMAC's Better for America podcast. I want to welcome everybody joining us live, and we're kicking it off right now with our very first guest, who is David Walker, the former United States Comptroller General from 1998 through 2008. And I want to thank you for taking the time to sit with us this morning.
Good to be with you, Andy.
You know, one of the hallmarks of your time in office was your advocacy for fiscal responsibility, recognizing the track that the country is on in terms of the spending, the deficit spending, reckless spending, and you worked very hard to not only expose it, but to do something about it. You're no longer in that office, but you've been doing a lot of work with regard to Article 5, which allows the states to call a convention of states to make amendments to the Constitution. Now, AMAC has been involved in that area with regard to fiscal responsibility amendments. So for our viewers that may not be familiar with Article 5 and that section of the Constitution, could you just kind of give a quick tutorial about what it is and what it can lead to?
Sure. Article 5 is the section of the United States Constitution that talks about how do you go about amending the Constitution. And there's two ways to amend the Constitution. The old-fashioned way, two-thirds of the House, two-thirds of the Senate vote for a proposed amendment. And then it goes to the states, and three-quarters of the states have to ratify it. And unless and until three-quarters of the states ratify it, it's not an amendment to the Constitution. We have 27 amendments. They've all been done that way so far. Mm-hmm. But the founders were very bright people, and they had great foresight. And they envisioned that Washington might become so out of touch and out of control, or that there might be certain issues where the Congress had a conflict of interest, like controlling spending, mounting debt burdens, term limits, campaign finance, that the states should have the opportunity to assert their rights under the Constitution, and that if two-thirds of the states, 34, end up filing an application for a convention of states to propose amendments, not a constitutional convention,
right?
A convention of states to propose one or more amendments to the Constitution, then the Congress shall call the convention. They're cut out. And then if the states, a majority of the states, can agree on a proposed amendment, it goes back to the states for three-quarters to ratify, preferably through conventions of citizens who are pledged for or against it, which is what happened for the 21st Amendment, the repeal of prohibition. The good news is, in 1979, 39 states had active applications, 40 in 1983, but the Congress never did anything, because they don't really want the states to assert their rights. And so now the Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation, which AMAC has been supportive of,
yes,
our efforts, are working with the states to sue the Congress for a declarative judgment to be able to make this happen.
You said it was going to take 27 states to call the convention, 27 submitted applications, and we're at 40?
Well, 34 is how many you need.
34, I'm sorry.
We had 39 in 1979.
Okay.
We had 40 in 1983. We don't have as many today, but the key is that once you cross the goal line,
yes,
they're supposed to have called it. And so that's what the declarative judgment is about, is they have failed to discharge their express, enumerated, non-discretionary responsibility.
And I think it's important when you mention that this is a convention of citizens, and it's been done before.
Correct. Well, the convention, this proposed convention is not, but what has been is the ratification.
Yes.
The ratification, once you have a proposed amendment to get the people, that's the closest thing that we have in our country to a referendum.
Okay.
There's some countries that have it. Switzerland has it. And in fact, Switzerland adopted what's called the Swiss debt break back early in the 21st century in order to deal with the issue that we have to deal with. And it was ratified by over 80% of the Swiss citizens. So we need to use that as a model to do what we need to do here.
Absolutely. How can we get Congress to act? Okay.
Well,
now, I know you smile, but I mean
it's
there's all kinds of activity going on right now.
Yeah.
We're close.
Yeah. Well, first, there is House Concurrent Resolution 24, all right, that's pending in the House by Chairman Jody Arrington, who's chairman of the Budget Committee, designed to try to be able to bring light to this issue. With light comes heat, and hopefully with heat comes action. But in my personal opinion, the only way it's going to happen is if the states sue the Congress. If the states through the Congress, that may be a wake-up call for them. They may end up proposing something on their own, or else the Supreme Court is going to have to make a decision, and that decision is likely to say, receive them, store them, count them, and if we were ever over 34, call the convention, and we were.
Some states have already sued Congress.
They haven't yet.
Okay,
we have two states that have said they're willing to sue, and now we're working with others to do it. And my personal view is, once it happens, you'll have a bunch of other states jump on board.
And this is the job of those states' attorneys general.
It can be the attorney general. Typically, it's the attorney general, but it could be the legislature, it could be the governor. It depends upon the constitution of each respective state.
In your humble opinion, being involved with this for so long, do we have a shot at this?
We have a shot. I think this year is a key year, not just for the election, but it's a key year with regard to not just this issue on the constitutional amendment, but also I've been fighting for a statutory commission that would engage the American people with the facts, the truth, the tough choices, solicit input from the American people, make a package of recommendations dealing with mandatory spending, discretionary spending, and revenues that would be guaranteed an up or down vote in Congress. And the good news is there are bipartisan bills in both the House and the Senate, and one of those bills has already passed the House Budget Committee. The Speaker is for it, and so I'm hopeful what will happen is it'll be added on to the final appropriations bills for fiscal 2024.
From your lips to God's ears, okay? However,
God's with us. The problem is the Congress, the
exactly right. That's a great point.
That's right.
And I think it's very important. I just want to underscore that the whole idea of all this activity is to reel in the reckless spending, put the nation back on solid financial footing. And it's clear to me, now this is just Andy speaking here, that left to their own devices, there's no way Congress will address this. They're just not interested.
Well, they like to spend
on their own.
They like to borrow.
Yeah.
They like to mortgage the future.
Yeah.
What's going on now is irresponsible, it's unethical, it's immoral, and it must stop. One of the founding principles of this country was the concept of stewardship. Stewardship is not just generating positive results today, not just leaving things better off when you leave than when you came, but better positioned for the future. Yeah. And we have a major sustainability problem with regard to our finances. If you can't put your finances in order, your economy is going to suffer, your international standing will suffer, your national security will suffer, and over time your domestic tranquility will suffer.
Very good points. Very good points, David. I'm going to pivot right now. In your career, you served as a trustee for both Medicare and Social Security.
Right.
As you know, AMAC has been one of the foundational aspects of AMAC's foundational issues, I should say, is the solvency of Social Security.
Right.
Our late and great founder, Dan Weber, put together a Social Security guarantee that we've been talking about this on Capitol Hill for over a dozen years. That makes Social Security solvent without raising taxes. That's you can find more and find out about that more at our website. But we have been. I remember when I first started coming to this town, 2013, 2012, telling, hey, we only have 20 years left. Well, all of a sudden we have 10 years or less before the trust fund reverts to a cash-in, cash-out basis. We have to fix this. I look at people that are members of Generation Z, Generation Y. They're not even counting on Social Security. None of them believe it's going to be there. They're paying into it, and they're aware of that. This has to be addressed. As a trustee, from your point of view, what can we do to motivate Congress? Now, I know this is an election year, and they like to kick that can down the road. I'm confident that they'll address it eventually, but I just don't. I fear how they'll do it.
Well, first, the last time we reformed Social Security was 1983, the so-called Greenspan Commission. And you might ask, well, why did we reform it in 1983? Because the so-called trust fund, and I call it the Trust the Government Fund, the trust fund was going to go to zero within a matter of months. If it ever goes to zero, it means that you immediately have to cut benefits for tens of millions of Americans, which is not only inequitable, it's politically unacceptable.
Right.
And so they reformed it. When they reformed it in 1983, they didn't consider demographics. They didn't consider longer lifespans. They didn't consider reduced ratios of workers to retirees, if you will. And so when I was a trustee from 1990 to 1995, we provided a more full and fair accounting. We had a public trustees report. We blew the whistle to say that the 83 Commission did not solve the problem, that Social Security's got a challenge, but Medicare's got a bigger challenge. Now, here's what's ironic. Reforming Social Security is one of the easiest things that we need to do. Why? Because you touched on part of it. Because young people don't think they're going to get it. They're wrong. It's going to be reformed, but they're wrong. Secondly, seniors think they're going to get taken advantage of. There are other words I could use, but I won't, okay? And the truth is they're both wrong, okay? And so what we need to do is to be able to make some reforms that can phase in over time and ultimately will exceed the expectation of every generation of Americans. Now, something else that people don't know, when I was a partner with Arthur Anderson, after I'd been a Social Security and Medicare trustee, your competing organization, which I won't mention the name, okay?
Thank you.
And in addition to the Concord Coalition and the White House, this is during the Clinton administration, had 3 forums around the United States to try to prepare the way for Social Security reform. And I was the truth teller. I was the one that was picked to be the truth teller and to kind of help show the way forward. We would have had Social Security reform during the Clinton administration. All the ground had been tilled. He was prepared to do it. He was putting his political capital behind it. He wanted to be one of his legacies until he experienced the Monica Lewinsky situation. And all of his political capital was thrown. The framework for reform is very similar to what it was back then, which reform to make the defined benefit program, to make it solvent, sustainable, secure, and add on a supplemental individual account because we have to get our savings rate up. Social Security is not enough, okay? And we just need to get it done. Now, the good news is that this fiscal commission that I referred to before, this would be part of that commission. And what I've recommended is not just to make it part of that commission, but also have it so if the overall package doesn't pass, be able to pull out the Social Security by itself and vote on it with an up or down vote, because I'm confident we can come up with something that can be enacted in a law on a bipartisan basis. And it's got to be bipartisan.
It has to be.
If it's not bipartisan, it won't get done.
That's right. And I appreciate your optimism because we share that optimism at AMAC and at AMAC Action. I believe it's going to be reformed. I just don't want a last-minute fix where they increase taxes, remove the cap, and all of a sudden if you're organized as an LLC, you get a huge tax increase. That's not the right way to do it.
Well, it will be reformed because they will not allow a 20% plus across-the-board cut in benefits, in about 10 years if they do nothing. Now, here's the key. Both major candidates for the presidency of the parties, Biden and Trump, are saying they won't touch Social Security. Well, let me tell you what that means. That means a 20% plus cut, because that's what you get if you do nothing. And what I call that is laggardship, not leadership. We need leadership, not laggardship, and I'm going to try to do what I can to make sure that happens.
And we're going to be with you on that. As a matter of fact, I know that you talked to our president, Bob Karlstrom. We're putting together a statement to keep the narrative alive. Now, we recognize that this is an election year, and the last thing they're going to do is try and take on a huge initiative like reforming Social Security in a presidential election year. But we're not going to let this narrative die down. We represent 2.1 million members who are very concerned about their benefits. And not only that, but they're concerned about legacy benefits, their children and their grandchildren. And this has to get done.
Well, here's the key. The commission should be passed this year, hopefully within the next couple of months, but it won't report until 2025. And that's the way to do it, all right? So therefore, you do the citizen education engagement, you do the analysis, you prepare the way to be able to make a package of recommendations for an up or down vote, but it won't be considered until 2025 after the elections.
Right. And it'll be here before you know it, but absolutely. We're in it for the long haul. We're in it for the long game. And I appreciate that we're able to work alongside patriots like you who recognize the problem. Not only that, but actually have well thought out fiscal solutions to this. I remember being in a member of Congress's office just last summer. He said, we could fix it tomorrow. We can fix it. It's a math problem. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's the new 4-letter word in fiscal policy, math, M-A-T-H. But let me tell you this, I did a 10,000-mile, 27-state national fiscal responsibility bus tour in 2012, and we got 77% agreement from a representative group of voters in the North and the South on how to reform Social Security. We also got higher percentages of support for tax reform, Medicare, health care, defense, and other issues. The people are way ahead of the politicians. The answer is the first 3 words in the Constitution, we the people.
Exactly right.
And if we can engage the people, set the table for a tough vote, we can diffuse this ticking debt bomb and create a better future for our
You just described a huge appetite among voters that want this addressed and fixed. So any politician or bureaucrat that tells you otherwise, they're out of touch or they're ignoring reality.
Well, unfortunately, in Washington, they tend to think they have all the answers and they want to come up with something and then kind of sell it to the American people. That's exactly the wrong way to do it.
Right.
You have to start with the American people and end with the American people, and the Congress and the President are in the middle. They're the ones that ultimately have to vote because we have a republic. It's a representative democracy, not a direct democracy. But you have to start with the people.
People, how can our viewers learn more about the work that you're doing?
Well, you can go to the Federal Fiscal Sustainability Foundation site, which is letusvotefra.org. That's a good place to go with regard to the Article 5 amendment process.
Mm-hmm.
You can check HCR 24, which is the resolution that's in the Congress right now to try to deal with this convention situation. I'm on Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on
tweet?
X.
Do you have a Twitter handle?
I do,
or
but
X?
I don't do it very. I had
Right.
thousands of followers on Twitter, and then I quit Twitter because it got too crazy, and I just came back on. So I'm just building it. But on Facebook, I'm on David M. Walker 7.
Okay.
I was the 7th Comptroller General of the United States. There's only been 8 in the history of the country, and the current one was my number 2, Gene Dodaro. Yeah.
Well, listen, we appreciate your time coming here on Broadcast Row. Thank you for sharing all the information that you have. It's a wonderful mission, and we're happy to be allied with you. We're happy to be fighting this fight. We have no choice but to continue this because we made a commitment to our members, and the government made a commitment to senior Americans. And I think if we could just, as we close this out, people must realize is while Social Security is important, it's the third leg of a three-legged stool. It's designed to keep seniors out of poverty. It's not a retirement plan. So I'm glad you mentioned a savings component in any reform. We have one with our Social Security guarantee. People just aren't saving enough money, but it's just having this conversation shines light not only on perpetuating Social Security, but how it's supposed to be used in a senior American's retirement plan. So.
Well, Social Security, as you know, is the foundation of retirement income security, but it was never intended to be the sole source, okay? And like a house, you can't just live on the foundation. You have to build on it. You have to build on it with employer-sponsored retirement programs. And
good morning. Welcome to CPAC 2024 on Broadcast Row. I'm Andy Mangione. Sitting in and hosting the AMAC's Better for America podcast. I want to welcome everybody joining us live, and we're kicking it off right now with our very first guest, who is David Walker, the former United States Comptroller General from 1998 through 2008. And I want to thank you for taking the time to sit with us this morning.
Good to be with you, Andy.
One of the hallmarks of your time in office was your advocacy for fiscal responsibility, recognizing the track that the country is on in terms of the spending, the deficit spending, reckless spending, and you worked very hard to not only expose it, but to do something about it. Good morning. Welcome to CPAC 2024 on Broadcast Row. I'm Andy Mangione. Sitting in and hosting the AMAC's Better for America podcast. I want to welcome everybody joining us live, and we're kicking it off right now with our very first guest, who is David Walker, the former United States Comptroller General from 1998 through 2008. And I want to thank you for taking the time to sit with us this morning.
Good to be with you, Andy.
One of the hallmarks of your time in office was your advocacy for fiscal responsibility, recognizing the track that the country is on in terms of the spending, the deficit spending, reckless spending, and you worked very hard to not only expose it, but to do something about it. You're no longer in that office, but you've done
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, you get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Rolling. Hello, everybody, and welcome to CPAC 2024 on Broadcast Row. I'm joined by Julio Rosas today, field reporter. Julio, thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
There's so many national security threats today, specifically at the border. What do you make of what's currently going on right now? What are you seeing down there?
Well, it's just on anything like we've ever seen historically when it comes to the border. So the border, just to make it clear, the border has never been perfect. It never will be perfect, right? But obviously there could be steps taken to make it more secure, make it more safe, and really hurt the criminal organizations that work on both sides. Just on the human flow of people that have been coming since the Biden administration, that was caused by the Biden administration, there's a lot of things that are easy to see, and then there's the things that are harder to see. And things that are harder to see is what worries me the most, and it worries anybody who knows about the border the most, because when we talk about the historic number of people that have been caught at the southern border who are on some terror watch list, they usually find those people, not all the time, but they usually find those people that are trying to avoid apprehension, not necessarily giving themselves up easily. Usually those are the family units, although increasingly we're seeing single adult males also willingly hand themselves over. So that's another disturbing trend. But the fact that an al-Shabaab terrorist actually did give himself up and was released after being screened, and then they didn't find out about that until a year later, and this apparently was like a bomb maker, went to Minneapolis. I wonder why. I mean, that's just crazy. And it shows how when Border Patrol is overwhelmed, they can't do proper screening. It's hard to do normal screening under regular circumstances, because you got when they they do background checks and everything. It's like, well, how are they going to get background checks from countries that we don't have normal relationships with? These are countries that barely have a healthcare system sometimes. How are you going to get an accurate criminal record from some of these areas? I mean, so it's crazy that they say, like, well, they get screened and everything. It's like, well, there's a lot more that goes to it that's not really being talked about. And so then, of course, when it comes to the fact that when we have an open border like we do now, I mean, that's just a vulnerability. That is a vulnerability that we don't need to have. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
It's so unnecessary. And sure, historically, terrorists of any kind, they don't normally go through the southern border because the cartels don't necessarily want that. But now the cartels are making billions of dollars through human trafficking and human smuggling. So they're more than willing now to take that risk on of, like, okay, this guy might be a terrorist, but who cares? Because the U.S. in general is weak. So it's very disturbing. It's very disturbing, and the fact that it's been allowed to happen for 3 years is really unacceptable.
Sure. And so you mentioned disturbing. Speaking of disturbing, you have spent a lot of time on the ground in New York City witnessing Hamas rallies. Why don't you tell us what you're seeing there and what you think is to come?
Yeah, so I understand, especially when it comes to when it comes to foreign interventions and our place in the world. I understand the conservative mindset of we should retract that a little bit, and I'm generally agree to that. The problem with when it comes to the Israel-Hamas war is that some people, again, they're like, well, we shouldn't spend money, and yes, to a point, because the thing is that a lot of the reason why I go to these protests and to cover them in places like New York City and even down in Florida is because there's a lot of Hamas sympathizers here in the United States. So I understand, okay, fine, you might not care what's happening in Israel or Gaza, but the thing is, there's a lot of people here that do, and they're going to make it your problem. Sure. And so that's why we've seen these people block roads, try to disrupt airport traffic, trying to do just crazy things. I mean, I was in near Rockefeller Center in November when these Palestinians, pro-Hamas people, decided to protest the Christmas tree lighting ceremony, and they caused like a mini, well, not a mini, they caused like a giant brawl with families and kids around. The cops used pepper spray because it got that out of hand. So the fact of the matter is that people need to be aware that you got to have at least awareness of what's going on overseas, because it is going to affect back here. And unfortunately, the far left is mobilizing again, kind of like what I saw back in 2020. So it's just crazy how emboldened they've gotten since that year, because one time I saw a guy getting arrested for attacking a cop. Again, it was in New York City. And then the next day I saw him at another protest because he was already released and he was already out and he had no fear and do it. I mean, so it's just that revolving. So there's this perfect storm of, and now that we're heading into an election year, I'm not saying that movement is going to be the impetus to start riots again. But again, it's the factors are kind of building. Sure. And with Donald Trump now being basically the presumptive nominee at this point, I don't know. And so when we combine with the restorative justice, progressive justice policies that have been implemented since 2020, and how criminals in general don't face any repercussions, now you combine that with a militarized movement in the United States that is openly supporting terrorism. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They a lot of them do. They view October 7th as this victory against colonialism, imperialism, white supremacy, and all this nonsense. So it's okay, well, if you support that over there, what are you going to do about that here? Sure. And that's another, and so that's, I mean, when we talk about the border, sure, but there's a lot of internal things here that are happening that people really need to kind of wake up to.
So you mentioned 2020, how that year a lot was exploited because it was an election year, and all of a sudden it's 2024, it's another election year. How do you see the issues that you just mentioned accelerating? One would have to assume it's probably going to get worse. Do you see that happening on the ground?
I do, but the only thing is I don't know what kind of the spark is going to be. And we still have a few more months till November. So the year's just beginning. So because 2020, the reason why it got as crazy as it did was two things. Was because of COVID, because it was still the early days. Trump being in office, and then the spark was George Floyd, right? It's kind of like the it's like the triangle that's needed to make. You need all three components to make a fire, right? So I would say we have two of those components right now. And so the thing that we're kind of missing is the spark, which may or may not come. I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion, but the fact that we're just kind of slow rolling and kind of going into it, and it's we're all kind of expecting it at this point, which is really crazy. It's well, it was
sad and crazy, but not unreasonable.
Right, not unreasonable, because we saw what happened again, because there was very little repercussions for what happened in 2020, and there was a high intensity chaos to go along with that. I saw as much as I could see. But what's been happening since then has been this low intensity breakdown. We're not too far from Washington, D.C., and their murder rate has skyrocketed. The carjackings have skyrocketed. People's cars are being stolen from inside the secure parking garages of their parking buildings. It's insane. And the city council's not doing anything about it, and that's just one example. I mean, you have New York, you have Chicago, you have Los Angeles, you have San Francisco. I mean, things were kind of already in decline pre-2020, but then it just accelerated, and it's willful. Like it's not that it's not that they don't know that these policies aren't working. They know they're not working, and they're still doing it anyway.
So it has to be intentional. I think most people have come to that.
Yeah.
conclusion.
Oh no.
You agree?
It is. Oh, it's very much intentional. It's either that or they're stupid beyond belief, which is okay. Maybe not unreasonable to assume for some of them, but
Unlikely.
For most of them, they know what they're doing, and they want that. And it's very sad because these were once great cities. When I've been to Portland or Seattle or even New York City, people would always say, "Oh, that used to be such a great city. It used to be so great." And for me, being about to be 28 here, I don't see that. My mind can't comprehend, like, oh, this used to be safe. Like, this used to be like a place you could actually like walk through and like enjoy and not be, open drug markets and like I can't like really visualize that because
Sure.
my only reality with these places has just been the automatic decline. So, it doesn't need to be this way. Same thing with the border. It doesn't need to be this way, but the people in power, they're choosing that destruction.
So most people have come to that conclusion, as you have. The question that everyone has when they get to that point is, okay, they're doing it on purpose, but why? So what do you believe is the reason for the why?
Well, in general, and this applies to the border and the inner cities, it's just that they hate America. They hate what it stands for. They hate what it represents. Because, again, like taking with the Israel-Hamas thing, all the speakers. I mean, it's crazy because it's easy to find whenever there's a big political gathering or group gathering. It's easy to find kind of the
Counter.
the people that are on the fringe.
Sure.
And people will, and try to like they amplify those voices, right? So oh, look, their side looks bad. But I mean, the speakers at these rallies. I mean, the one in D.C. Back in November, there was a speaker on the main stage, just screaming his head off. But he's this anti-cop activist in Atlanta, and he was talking about how basically that what Hamas did was justified because, well, it's against colonialism. And he said that we support whatever they do. We support any efforts to resist and by any means necessary. And he's like, and I do mean by any means necessary. And the crowd cheered. So this isn't some like random guy that like, oh, like we're gonna take this fringe guy and like have it represent the entire group. No, these are people that they put on stage. Like Macklemore was there too. So like this guy shared the stage with Macklemore, and yet there's no. I mean, if that was like if you had like a far right rally like that, they would be all over the place. But like I didn't see any big mentions of that in the mainstream media. So it's just I don't know why necessarily like they think that this is the way to do it, because obviously if people have issues with the country, and I'm not saying the country's perfect, but the vision of what they want to replace it with is way worse and way more scarier, and it's just crazy that we're in this position.
Absolutely. So going into 2024, last question before we let you go. If their vision is so crazy that it seems that nobody would ever get behind it, does that concern you, especially when you combine that with the influx of illegal immigrants coming in? What do you think will be the result in 2024?
I don't know, but what I will say, just on the issue of immigration alone, just because it affects so many there's so many second and third, fourth, fifth effects. I mean, we saw a tipping point with that in the cities this past summer. I mean, Eric Adams, like some of these Democrats, either elected or the general populace, like they sound like MAGA Republicans. They'd say like, close the border, we want them all out. You go back to your country. I mean, like these are like black people and Latinos and like places that historically are like deep blue in Chicago. Like they sound like they just come from a Trump rally, but because they see like no, like you're spending all this money on these people that aren't even citizens. They're like, what about us? I mean, even like, look, I'm not for just like government spending willy-nilly, but if you're going to do that, at least spend it for American citizens.
Sure.
Not for necessarily people that just arrived and are abusing the asylum system. So I don't know what I will say that if the election doesn't go a certain way and the border is allowed to continue to be the way it is for another 4 years, we are screwed.
I think most agree. Julio Rosas, thank you very much for joining us today. We'll be right back from CPAC Broadcast Row. Thank you, sir.
Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division. Are you planning a trip soon? Whether you're heading out for a relaxing vacation or an exciting adventure, travel insurance can provide peace of mind and protect you from unexpected events. Trip Insurance Consultants AMAC Division is a family-owned and operated company with over 60 years of experience. Call us old-fashioned, but we believe you should talk to a real person when you need help. Whether you are seeking a quote, have made a purchase, or need help filing a claim, you'll always be helped by a licensed, experienced, in-house insurance agent who is familiar with your policy and treats you like the cherished customer you are. Our staff of highly qualified travel insurance agents is here to help you find coverage that best fits your needs and is available for you before, during, and after your trip if help is needed. Benefits you can include in your coverage include trip cancellation, medical expense, medical evacuation, hurricane and weather coverage, missed connection, delayed baggage, and non-medical emergency evacuation. At Trip Insurance Consultants AMAC Division, we value you and are here to ensure that you and your trip investment are protected.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. You're based in D.C., right?
I'm in Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, you're in Kentucky.
But I looked up. We graduated the same year in high school.
Did we?
I'm just saying that. Okay. All right. You know what I think? I think we look good.
Yeah, it's our time. It's our time.
1970.
I'm Dementor.
Yeah.
78.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
I pumped gas that summer. Yeah, whenever you're ready. Welcome back to CPAC. Andy Mangione here on the AMAC Better for America podcast. Wonderful to welcome back to the podcast former ambassador to Denmark, Carla Sands. Carla, thanks for taking the time to be with us.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
You know, we talked last year, and I know we're going to get to a couple of energy issues. We're going to talk about election integrity.
Right.
But if you could just relate what it was like being a U.S. ambassador in Denmark, just share that experience with our audience.
Oh my gosh, Andy. So it's such an honor to represent your country, this magnificent country, as the president's personal representative. And it was actually the dream of a high school girl to be a U.S. ambassador. And so it's also a blessing to be able to fulfill a dream.
And people don't realize that as ambassador, you are you represent the president on all matters pertaining to that specific nation.
That's right, Andy. So we had 3 goals at my embassy. Number 1 was the safety and security of the American people, and so we worked to counter Russia and China every day. My team and I worked at the White House and stopped Nord Stream 2, that Russian gas pipeline. The only place it wasn't completed was my area of responsibility. We worked to stop Chinese-made telecom equipment from being installed in Denmark and other things, countering Russia and China. But we also worked to create jobs here at home. And while I worked as the ambassador, we increased our U.S. exports 45%.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Boy, you could use all that help right now.
That's right.
So after your ambassadorship, you made a run for the Senate in the state of Pennsylvania.
I did. So I ran for the Senate. Unfortunately, someone else got the nod and we lost. But I just want to talk to your viewers and listeners for a minute about that race. Because on Election Day in 2022, the Democrat candidate, John Fetterman, had about a million ballots banked from early voting. Mehmet Oz had about 250,000 ballots banked on Election Day. There's no way to come 750,000 votes behind in one day when, in my state, they had 50 days of early voting. So I'm asking all of your listeners to please consider practicing in the primary, voting early, and then in the general, we have to overwhelm the system with early voting. Wherever your state, whatever your state has in early voting days, I want you to use those days. We have to use every tool available to us in order to win.
Now that's a wonderful strategy, and it has to be executed. The left is doing this. It's legal. They run circles around our candidates with the early, as you just illustrated with Fetterman. I remember reading about that. Even before people got out of bed on Election Day, he had 1 million votes.
That's right.
So you cannot stress, and not just in Pennsylvania, but across the country.
That's right. We just lost 3 special elections just about a week ago because the Democrats voted early, the Republicans waited for Election Day, and for instance, in New York, they had a snowstorm. And so the left is winning because they're using the tools available. We also need great attorneys to fight for us, fearless men and women who are going to fight for the election integrity. And we need them now. We'll have their back, but we need attorneys to help us to secure the election. The left spends hundreds of millions of dollars every election cycle in order to pivot the election in their favor through laws that they pass in these different states, but also on election day.
How can we motivate? I mean, we're all on board. AMAC Action and AMAC, we represent our members, our 2.1 million members in all 50 states on many election integrity issues, including ranked choice voting. But we're part of a coalition that is the answer to the left's 20-year or 30-year head start they have on us in managing these elections. How can we motivate everyday Americans who are voters, who take their voting right seriously? It's a sacred, precious right to them, and they like getting out of bed on election day and driving and making their vote, making the X, letting their voice be heard. But we need to motivate them to vote early.
Right. You have the most amazing members, right? They love their country. They're about God, country, family. But we want to leave a legacy to our kids and grandkids that they have a chance at the American dream and have the opportunity, that American promise, that they can do better than we did. The only way to do that is to win this election, because the left is so powerful and so relentless to take away those rights and to implement a kind of socialism, communism that is alien to everything our nation was founded on. So I hope that your listeners will go to americafirstworks.com, americafirstworks.com, and they will sign up there. We have a Telegram channel. There are weekly trainings by people like Congressman Lee Zeldin and Grant Stinchfield, and they can actually learn how to talk to their friends, neighbors, coworkers, and get them to vote early. And there's time in most states to get people registered to vote, to go to their home and help them actually put it in an envelope and put the stamp on it, or drive them to the election office where they can vote early. Many states have this, so check your state's election laws. And if you're a young Republican or you have a grandchild that's in college, get them to help with this, because young people can be our hands and feet where we cannot do it. But there are a lot of also early retired folks who can go and be a precinct committee man. They can go and be an election watcher or worker, so that they're there on election day. When I took my parents to vote a few years ago, there were no Republicans at their polling station. So there's no one watching on our behalf. This is absolutely the most important election in my lifetime, because the left is moving so fast to open our border, to sexualize our children, to start wars in foreign countries and dilute our treasure in our country, but also passing multi-trillion-dollar bills of Green New Deal junk that's really corrupting our country and our free market.
Carla, I want you to give that website address again.
AmericaFirstWorks.com. And you can also go to America First Policy Institute, where we're working to put forward in the present Congress and Senate America First policies that benefit every one of your members.
You know, you're speaking our language here, these kitchen table discussions, and that's all we're asking people to do. Have a conversation, go to the website, learn why it's important to vote early, and then have a conversation with the people you worship, perhaps at a Bible study, across the kitchen table, people that your family, your neighbors, your friends, why it's important to vote early, to counter what the left has been doing to our elections. And it's not like we're asking them to do anything that's illegal.
It's all legal. Yes. Use every legal means at your hands. Not to is, I think, a really perverse thing, because we are God's hands and feet on earth.
That's fantastic. Carla, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. I love your passion.
Thank you.
And I share it.
Thank you.
Take care. We'll be right back, live from CPAC.
Does social engineering from leftist corporations make you feel like we're living in the Twilight Zone? If so, you're not alone, and that's why we're proud to stand behind a wireless company who stands behind your values. I'm talking about Pure Talk, an AMAC-supported wireless company on the nation's largest 5G at half the cost of the big three. So I challenge you to stand with a company who champions your values. Those of you who have always had your neighbor's back, you've pulled yourself up by your own bootstraps, and you still believe that the flag stands for freedom. It's time to join the masses who have fled their old wireless companies for something better. Pure Talk. Pure Talk gives you phenomenal coverage on America's most dependable 5G network for half the price of the other guys with unlimited plans starting at just $20 a month. The average family saves almost $1,000 a year. And as an exclusive AMAC partner, Pure Talk will give you 3 years free on your AMAC subscription. Just dial 844-8-PURE-TALK and mention AMAC Podcast to make the switch. That's 844-8-PURE-TALK, and make sure to mention AMAC Podcast to get 3 years free on your AMAC subscription.
We are proud to have First Fidelity Reserve as our official bullion and rare coin partner, as they have supported AMAC for over a decade. They are offering our members a free copy of their award-winning Precious Metals Guide to make investing in gold and silver safe and easy for you. Over the past 4 presidential election cycles, gold has trended upward, and this year looks to be the same, as experts estimate gold will gain 25% in 2024. So, don't miss out on $2,500 gold. Call First Fidelity Reserve, 800-336-1630. That's 800-336-1630, and get your free 38-page Precious Metals Guide today.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
We are live on Broadcast Row at CPAC 2024. Andy Mangione for the Better for America podcast, or AMAC's Better for America podcast. Wonderful to welcome to the podcast Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama. Coach, thank you so much for taking...
The only coach in the Senate.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, glad to be here, Andy. Thank you.
You know, we were talking off camera about education issues, and I was mentioning to you how AMAC is a member-driven organization. Our members put the issues that for which we advocate in our portfolio. They are gravely concerned about the state of education. They're gravely concerned about what their children and grandchildren are being taught in schools, the transgender issue, CRT. So we find ourselves fighting this fight, and we know that we have an advocate in you.
Devastating. And one of the reasons I ran for this seat, because being a coach, you know, I traveled to all 50 states recruiting over the last 35 years. I'd look at transcripts, I'd talk to teachers, counselors, shocked at what we're teaching our kids, and what we're not teaching our kids too. You know, that we don't teach them to read or write or science or history anymore. We make it all up. That's the reason, Andy, we need school choice. We're ruining our inner cities. Our inner city kids have no chance because they're all indoctrinated by our teachers' unions, and our teachers' unions control everything. That's fine. I call them government schools. They want to have government schools and teacher unions. Do what you need to do. But if we get school choice, you're going to see a mass exodus of parents getting their kids out of these schools because, number one, we're teaching very simple maths in these high schools. In China, they're teaching calculus and algebra in elementary school. Right. We can't keep up. We cannot continue to dumb down our country. Kids can keep up if we'll teach them that. But what we're doing is we're trying to say, well, let's make everybody the same. Well, they are making everybody the same. They're making everybody stupid through education, and we cannot continue to do this. So I speak to a lot of young groups and go to schools and speak, and that's one thing I push. But school choice would help this country so much to be able to take that $8,000 or $10,000 that their parents pay taxes and go to heck where they want to go to school and get away from this woke.
Absolutely, and a lot of people double dip. They're going to write that tuition the tuition check to a classical school or a parochial school, and they're still paying their taxes. Are we close to school choice? I mean, what are your efforts? Do you have colleagues that agree with you in the Senate?
Oh yeah, we got a lot of people in the Senate. The problem is most of them are on the Republican side. If you're a Democrat, you're 100% union, and you're not for the students first. You're for unions first, and that's wrong. And so that's one reason they're going to get run out of Dodge. But we got to get somebody in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in White House that believes in the same thing. Joe Biden, I don't know what he believes, but the people that tell him what to believe, they don't believe in school choice. Every other word out of their mouth is union. And, there's some places for unions in this country. Education's not one of them. Teachers are there to teach and promote our country and promote our history, our science, but we're not doing that now. We're promoting this diversity, equity, and inclusion, this woke social agenda, and if we don't get away from it, Andy, we won't make it as a country that you and I had an opportunity to grow up in.
It wasn't that long ago.
No,
okay,
seemed like yesterday.
No, exactly right. The older I get,
Yeah.
the faster time goes. But no, I can clearly remember when I was in grade school, when I was in high school, we used to look at California. Those schools used to be the model for the nation in terms of the students they were producing, how well they did on standardized tests, and how in the colleges to where they were accepted. We don't have that anymore.
No.
What we have now, and we could also look at the immigration situation and its influence on education.
Yeah.
7.2 million people admitted to this country illegally, and if they're of voting age, they're going to try and sign them up to vote, but they're also in our schools watering down the education of everybody else.
Well, you're exactly right, and everything goes back to education.
Yes.
One thing you didn't mention is our ACT and SAT scores this past year were the worst in 25 years in the United States of America. I want you to think about that. The worst. And so we're going the opposite direction. And why? Because the Biden administration does not want anybody to really be educated enough to understand how bad their policies are. But now let's go to the border. The border is atrocious. Okay, it's the biggest disaster to ever happen in the United States. We're being overrun. We're being overrun by some people that want to come here for the right reasons, but a lot of these countries are emptying their jails, their prisons. They're shipping them here. We're going to have a tough problem on our hands. Law enforcement is going to be overwhelmed. The military is going to be overwhelmed. But you know who's being overwhelmed? The high schools in our country and the grade schools. They're having to take these young people into their schools. And I know in Alabama there's one group that just a couple of years ago, they were about 15% Hispanic. Now they're upwards of 80 to 90% Hispanic. And they can't control it. So we're being overwhelmed in education. So who's it hurting? It's hurting true American kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's our healthcare system's being overrun. We don't have the healthcare we used to have. And now I've got a new bill on the floor that says, Joe Biden, you cannot give veterans VA money and facilities to these illegals. But they're doing it. They're taking veteran money. Now we have 20 million veterans in this country, and we're having a tough enough time to help, the 20 million. But now they're throwing all these illegals in the lines with veterans. It is going to be devastating. So those of you out there listening, if you're a veteran and you're thinking about voting for a Democrat, well, vote to give your money away, because that's what you're going to do. You're giving your VA money to illegals coming into this country.
Coach, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate your advocacy on behalf of veterans. A lot of AMAC members are veterans. We've been on the same bills as you have proposed with regard to making sure that VA resources are spent directly for our veterans and not for people here illegally. Please keep fighting the good fight. We appreciate your efforts, and God bless you.
Thank you. We're going to fight for our veterans and our law enforcement and our military. Those are the three areas that everybody's important, but if we can't stand up for those three groups, Andy, I don't know if we can make it as a country.
Hear, hear, sir.
Thank you. God bless.
God bless
Thank
you.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, You get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Population. So
I think that's important. It's important to mention. Yeah. Sure. I'm sure.
So you're both going to look into the camera for the intro,
Okay.
and then as soon as you're done with the intro, right into the conversation.
Excellent.
So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Broadcast Row at CPAC 2024. I'm Andy Mangione, hosting AMAC's Better for America podcast with a special guest. Dale Wilcox joins us. He's the Executive Director and General Counsel for the Immigration Reform Law Institute. Thank you so much for being with us, Dale.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we were talking off camera about the work that you're doing, and it is daunting. So I just want to start off, if you could tell our audience what it is the Institute does.
Yes.
And the premise of the organization.
We're principally a legal organization. So, for instance, during the Trump years, we were very busy defending President Trump's policies in regards to illegal immigration. So we went all the way to the Supreme Court on the border wall, funding for the border wall, the president's powers to shut down the border, and successfully litigated those cases. As you know, things have changed with the Biden administration.
Yes.
All those great policies that President Trump had in place that effectively shut down illegal immigration in this country, Biden reversed those policies right away. Immediately, he issued an executive order that shut down deportations for 100 days. He said, for 100 days, we're not sending anybody out of the country, including those who judges, courts have said need to go. We immediately sued with our partner, the state of Texas. Texas has been great on this issue. And we got that struck down. That never went into effect. So we have been busy in court keeping Biden from destroying this country little by little. Title 42 is another example. My organization drafted the complaint for Texas in that case. We sued the administration. He tried to open the border back up. We said, no, there's still a pandemic. There's still a national emergency order. You're making us wear masks. Mm-hmm. You're making us take vaccines and whatnot, and you're letting people in? I don't think so. So we sued. We kept it going for 2 years into that administration. We kept out 2.8 million people.
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. One of your provisions as an organization is to enact sensible immigration policies. What kind of a shot do we have with this administration at enacting anything that's remotely sensible?
Well, here's the thing. We have great immigration laws. They're not being enforced. Mm-hmm. You know, right now, the talking point is before the election, oh, give me the power. Let's reform. Our system's broken. No, we have the laws on the books. Mm-hmm. President Trump used those laws, and we litigated his power to do that to the Supreme Court. The opposition, anti-borders crowd, did not want those laws put into play or effectuated, and so they took us to court. Well, we won. President Biden has the power. There is an actual congressional statute that says he can shut down the border completely if there's a crisis or for any reason. and he's not using that. He's going out and saying now, oh, I need the power. I need you to reform the laws. No, the laws are there. Enforce the law as written.
Dale, we're talking off camera. The latest number, 7.2 million people have been allowed to enter this country illegally. We're talking about that number approaching the number of our largest city, New York.
Yeah, New York has a population of just over 8 million people. We've almost apprehended 8 million people at the border. The Census Bureau says there are only 10 cities in the United States that have a population of 1 million people or more. So imagine that. 7 million plus we have let into this country. And what's more frightening, 1.8 million people have not been apprehended, but have been seen on camera traffic or tripped a sensor. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they are. There are terrorists currently in this country. And America needs to be concerned that this administration is not taking control of our border.
That's a nice segue to my next question. Part of what you do at the Institute is educate Americans on the consequences of illegal immigration. How do you do that now? I mean, first of all, we're involved in this. It slaps us in the face every single day because we're engaged. What about that voter in particular, because this is a presidential election year, that may not be, that hasn't encountered an influx and may live in a smaller town? How do you educate people on this crisis that's self-forced by this president?
Well, certainly everyone is feeling it. Everyone's feeling the pinch. American taxpayers pay up to $150 billion a year for this crisis, for illegal immigration. That's the American taxpayers being hit with that. And you see that in communities all across this country where shelters are being diverted from our homeless to house migrants. New York City is being flooded. It's affecting all of America. Every town in America is a border town. We're all being affected. The Biden administration has flown individuals who have come across the border to every community. And if you look at what's going on, the health risk to our communities. I saw a report just yesterday. Measles. We eradicated the measles in the United States in 2000. Eradicated. It's back. 11 states now report incidents of the measles. So you have crime, spikes in crime. We see the gangs, the roving gangs now. In Phoenix, I read a report yesterday, Phoenix, Arizona, roaming migrant gangs, illegal immigrants breaking into homes. New York City, we see what's going on there. National security risk, drugs. Fentanyl, opioids are the #1 cause of death for people between the ages of 18 and 45 now. The #1. And those drugs, they're coming across the southern border. So opportunities like this to engage and when we get to speak to people and you amplify, our voice and the crisis that America is experiencing right now, it helps us greatly to get the message out.
What kind of resources do you have to get the message out that somebody who's not a lawyer, a layman, but is very concerned about this crisis, can they turn to your website?
Absolutely, they can come to our website. It's our acronym for the Immigration Reform Law Institute is pronounced EARLY, but it's spelled IRLI.org. That's our website, and then of course you can find us on all the social media channels.
That's great. So, what's on the horizon? How have you been spending your time right now with this administration? I know. How much time do you have?
Right.
Yeah.
Principally, as a legal organization, we've been involved in the lawsuits that's going on down at the border. We've been helping Governor Abbott with his Operation Lone Star, which has been very effective, where he has said, we're not taking it anymore. There is a provision under the U.S. Constitution that allows states to protect themselves if they're invaded. Well, they're being invaded by the cartels. And Governor Abbott, pursuant to that constitutional provision, has put up barbed wire. He's put barriers in the river. Texas legislature just passed a great bill that cracks down on illegal immigration. And of course, the opposition is sued. We're busy defending them in court.
Are you working in any other border states?
Well, we are all over the country, and California, Arizona, everywhere there is room on the border. We're involved, but as I stated, every state is a border state now.
Do you need more cooperative governors? I know who we have in California, who we have in Arizona. I'm sure it's much easier to get your work accomplished with a person like Governor Abbott, but can you work around these governors?
We can work around them. We have a great coalition of governors who support this issue. We have a great coalition of Congress members who support this issue. In fact, last week we filed a brief in the Senate Bill 4 case there in Texas on behalf of 48 members of Congress. And a huge delegation from Texas, but also all states all over the union who are concerned about this issue.
You just hit on something I was going to ask. This is a state's issue, all right? But you just filed a brief on behalf of 48 members of Congress from a border state.
Yes.
Okay. On a federal level, what can Congress do? I know that the states are fighting bitterly because they're really the ones bearing the brunt of this invasion. Can Congress become more involved, or is this going to be we're going to fight this out at the state level and it's going to be a slugfest?
I think for now it's the state level, because anything that we would send up to Biden, if it did get through Congress, he would veto. So would it get through the Senate? No. And sadly, we're a nonpartisan organization.
Understood.
Democrats walk lockstep on this issue pretty much. They're open borders. But you have just as many, you have Republicans also who care more about big business and less about the little man and less about the middle class, and who are being injured because wages are driven down when you inject all this large number of people into the workforce.
Are you seeing Democrats walk lockstep on the state level as well?
No, on the state level, they're a little more understanding of this issue because it affects their state.
It's in their backyard.
It's in their backyard. Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. Dale Wilcox, thank you so much for taking the time to educate AMAC, our audience, and our members on the fight that you're doing, on how grave the situation is. We appreciate the work that you're doing, and just please keep it up.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. We'll be right back with more Better for America podcast guests live on Broadcast Row here at CPAC 2024.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, you get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Welcome back to CPAC 2024 Broadcast Row. Andy Mangione here on AMAC's Better for America podcast. I'd like to welcome conservative commentator Edward Woodson to our air. Thanks for stopping by.
Well, thanks for having me.
Well, you put on a suit when I saw you yesterday. You dress up nice, Ed. Okay. Thank you for being here.
Well, I appreciate that.
We were talking off air. We're talking about, obviously, 2024 is an election year. Obviously, it's very important for seniors to vote. We represent 2.1 million mature Americans. They don't want to be called senior citizens, age 50 plus. Huge voting block, and an important voting block, and often I think neglected voting block, or a voting block that's pandered to by politicians. It's so important for people to be involved in elections. I just had some guests on earlier before. They were talking about when they walk into a precinct to vote, they are outnumbered by the people that are working the polls. Because it's supposed to be bipartisan. It's supposed to be X amount of Democrats, X amount of Republicans. And if those Republican slots aren't filled, then Democrats are more than happy to take them. How important is it for people to get involved in the election process?
Well, it's obviously very important. In fact, that group that you mentioned, not the seniors, of course.
The mature Americans?
The mature Americans, they're the most important voting block. In fact, they're the voting block that gets out and actually votes. Yeah. And so I would say that that's probably the most important voting block, it has been historically and going forward. Think about it, for the most part, that's the problem with younger voters is they actually don't go out and vote. They may talk about it, right, and, they may say, these issues are important to me, but on election day, they don't go out and vote. So it's particularly important for us to get out to vote with that particular sect of voters.
It's important to mobilize. We've talked about it, but there's also ways that that conservative, mature Americans can let their voice be heard. They don't necessarily have to wait till election day. We've talked a lot about early voting, but I want to take it a step further. Yes, our members are patriotic. They cherish their precious right to vote. We need to take it a step further. They need to fill those slots and work the elections as a poll worker or an election observer. I've done it before. My colleagues have done it before. And I'll be honest with you, Edward, it was something that I wasn't looking forward to. It was a 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. proposition.
Sure.
All right. But when I was done, I did it in the 2022 election. I'll do it again. And my county is calling me to do it again. It was something that was exhilarating. It was something that I felt that I was contributing. Plus, we had conservative eyes on that election. We can't stress enough to our members the importance of working the polls. Would you agree?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, that's if you look back at the last election, I think that was a major problem, right? Is that they were able to kind of slip things past us, maybe because of the fact that we didn't have those individuals at the polls. And look, if you look at the Democrat Party, they have been very good,
yes,
historically at mobilizing their voters. You look at Souls for the polls, to get out the vote in the black churches, for instance. Mm-hmm. And now you're seeing, in terms of younger people, and I think with a lot of the illegal immigrants that are coming in too, they're mobilizing those people. So we have to be very vigilant in terms of, on our side, matching what they do as well.
Well, we're about to work, we're about to activate our membership. This is something that will be forthcoming. We put together a campaign where there are several bills before Congress right now to stop non-citizens from voting. And it's not hard to figure out that this administration is allowing, 7.2 million people to enter this country illegally, give them a pathway for voting, get them addicted to government so they will vote Democrat in perpetuity. Really not that much more difficult to figure out what the motivation is here. So that said, there are a couple of bills before Congress right now. What we want to do with our membership, and this is going to be forthcoming as I mentioned, is reach out to their member of Congress to tell them to work with their leadership, now the Republicans are in charge, to stop non-citizen voting. 7.2 million folks here illegally. How could that not have an influence on our elections if they're given the right to vote?
Well, it's amazing that we have to even have this conversation. Think about it. Think about what you just said, that we have to limit people that aren't citizens from having to vote. Think about how absurd that is, that we even have to have a bill or even discuss that.
Right.
Because look, people talk a lot about immigration, for instance, and we need to change the laws, and no, we don't. We just need to enforce the laws that are already on the books.
Yes.
And clearly, it is illegal for a non-citizen to vote. We just need to follow the laws that are already in place. We don't need to have an act of Congress or any of the other things. That's just a red herring, right? It's a canard, really, because the reality is that we've already got laws in place that restrict that. So. Yeah.
But people they're flouting these laws, and here's where we are, and where we are is unacceptable. I'm not just going to throw up my arms, roll my eyes, and say, oh well, okay, this is where we are. It's not the new normal. It's unacceptable, and unfortunately, Congress has to act. But we have our members reaching out to their member of Congress as constituents, telling them do something, and these people going to leadership telling them do something now. This has to happen. We are we're flying fast and furious toward November. I mean, here we are sitting at CPAC in February. So it's something that has to happen. And the only way you get people's attention is by going to your member of Congress or at the state level, your state representative, and saying, you represent me. Here's my, you represent my interests. Please do something on our behalf, because I'm not the only one who believes this, who you represent.
Sure, and more importantly, we can't stress enough, and we just talked about this, getting out. Getting out and actually casting your vote. Make your vote, make your voice heard. That's the most important thing.
Absolutely, and while you're at it, when you're sitting across the kitchen table, I've mentioned this before, when you're talking about the Bible study, people you worship with, don't let it be beyond you, okay? To take the minivan that you take your grandkids in and pick up several people, and you all go and vote. Or you all go and vote early. Take advantage of the opportunities that you have to make your voice heard. It doesn't necessarily have to take place on Election Day. It could take place before.
Absolutely, yes, no question about it.
The left has been running circles around us. They're very good at this, and it's something that everyday Americans have to get involved. And we look at our members. We turn to them a lot. They make us look really good. Last year, Edward, our members sent almost 750,000 messages, emails, telephone calls, contacts with members of Congress, the White House, corporate executives, and state legislators throughout the country on a variety of issues. So they're engaged. We need to push them our members are highly intelligent and they know the issues. We need to motivate them to consider voting early and to taking their friends and having a conversation with people they love and their friends and neighbors about why it's important to vote early.
Absolutely. We've got to try to level the playing field, as it were, right? Because, again, the left has been adept at that.
Yes.
And we have been lagging behind for a number of years. So, it's time.
We're part of a coalition. AMAC Action is part of a coalition that is the left's answer to managing these elections, to becoming more involved in the process, to exposing what the left has done legally and illegally throughout the years. And it's a daunting task. We're up for it, okay? There's no doubt we're up for it. And one of the biggest things that we recognize is that we are years behind these people and how ingrained they are in the process. But we're catching up. In 2022, there was unprecedented conservative scrutiny on the election. We need even more for 2024. Now, you've got a website, and you write independently for several publications.
That's correct. So if you want to check out my stuff, it's edwardwoodson.com, edwardwoodson.com. And you can see my articles I've written for various publications. I've got videos up and what have you. So go check it out, edwardwoodson.com.
Well, thanks for taking the time to meet with us, Edward. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I know you're working the road.
Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome.
I appreciate it.
We'll be right back at CPAC, live from CPAC 2024 on the AMAC's Better for America podcast.
All right.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, you get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Hanging out.
Okay, all right, but people are grabbing you, right? Yeah, good, good. Whenever you are.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to CPAC 2024. Andy Mangione here on AMAC's Better for America podcast with Coach Joe Kennedy. You may have recognized this gentleman. He's a coach in Washington State that had the audacity to pray on the field, and then the party started, didn't it, Coach?
That's when things got really crazy and very interesting.
I bet. I've seen you speak at the Western Conservative Summit. You won a landmark Religious Liberty Supreme Court case as a result of what you were thrust into. We had a great off-camera discussion about, you know, how really you were chosen to do this kind of work. This kind of work and this kind of advocacy on religious freedom found you.
Yes, I never intended for any of this to happen. The only thing I wanted to do was coach football. I never thought God could use a guy like me, especially where I came from. I was an unwanted pregnancy. I was an unwanted kid. I was always in trouble. I joined the Marine Corps just to get away and to find some kind of life for myself. So coaching was actually a fluke, and man, I tell you, I did it for 8 years, and the only thing I wanted to do was coach and thank God after a game. That's all it was.
So
something so simple.
Exactly right. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but tell us, set up your experience and what led you to where we are now.
Right. So I was praying after every single game. Now, sometimes the kids came over and joined. Sometimes they didn't.
Where were you praying? On the field?
Oh, on the 50-yard line, yeah.
Okay, all right.
After the game, you know, when the two teams come together.
Certainly.
And I talk to the coaches, all that kind of stuff. As the team's walking off, I take a knee, face the scoreboard, and I say a prayer. Maybe 30 seconds, because I'm not a great prayer kind of guy. I'm like, God, thank you for letting me be here. Thank you for what the kids did. And then I go off the field. So it was really nothing at all. And this went on for 8 years. Now, the school district, somebody saw from another school district, saw what we were doing and gave the compliment to the principal, called him up and said, hey, I saw what your football program was doing, and it was just awesome. And a compliment started an investigation. The investigation led where the district lawyers said, yeah, you can't be praying with the kids. Now, I was like, well, it's your school, your rules. That's very unfortunate, because this is what made why we're here is because of a compliment. This was something great, but I understand. And I never prayed with my team again. Now the opposing team joined me. So, I mean, what am I going to do with that?
Right.
So, but then they gave me another letter and they said, you got to stop praying in public where people can see you. And I couldn't do that. Because, I mean, if you take away somebody's First Amendment right, the simple act of a prayer, I mean, freedom of speech and, the free exercise, those mean something to me. I mean, we fought in combat for these things. I mean, our history is on that. If we lose something as simple as a prayer, what is next? We lose the First Amendment, we have the rest of them all fall.
Right.
So that was a hill I was going to die on, and it cost me everything. So I took the stand and took a knee, and I said my prayer. I got put on suspension and terminated. I had to take it to court. We'd lost 7 times in a row, but we went to the Supreme Court twice just to get that victory.
I want to ask you, along this journey, did people step up to help you? Specifically, did lawyers come forth to help you? I mean, because you're looking at a pretty expensive experience here.
Oh, it's so expensive. I cannot believe, I don't know how anybody would be able to do this alone. There were so many that came forward. I had local attorneys that just jumped forward and volunteered their time. And then I had First Liberty Institute and out of Texas that came forward, and they said, we're going to take on your case. You will never receive a bill from us. And I was like, this is the kind of people I need, because it costs almost $7 million for this case over 8 years.
Wow.
I don't know how anybody could possibly do that. So these people are dedicated to fight for our rights.
The first 7 times you lost.
And horrible. And I mean, try to imagine hearing, no, you're wrong. And the worst part about it, why I had to keep fighting, is because of the lower courts, they ruled that if you could be seen in public praying, you could be fired. Now let that sink in. Any job, if you have any religious, anything that's showing, if you're wearing a yarmulke or you have a cross around your neck, you could be terminated for that. That was my biggest fear, is that was going to stick. I would be the guy that ruined it for all Americans.
Right.
So that weighed on me. That weighed on me so bad. But they picked the fight with the wrong guy. Marines, we'd like to fight. And yeah, I was going to stay into the bitter end.
So tell us about the Supreme Court experience.
Really interesting. Very weird to go before the biggest court of the land over something so trivial as a 30-second prayer. But they were wonderful, and they clarified what the First Amendment really says. And they took away a horrible precedent that's been there for over 50 years that has stifled religious liberty in our country. The lemon, it's a big boring thing, but it held back religious liberties and ruined it. 7,000 cases have been just denied because of this. So this is going to overturn 7,000 cases. We have more religious freedom in America today than we have had in over 50 years because of this case alone.
You made history, Coach Joe.
Yeah, that's so weird.
It is, and we were talking off camera how we're all sinners.
All right? I'm one of the biggest.
Well, we're all sinners, all right? And we are all mortal, we're all imperfect. But God chose you for this mission. And when you reflect upon that, it has to be kind of overpowering.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I wanted to write a book about it. We always see the headlines of, the praying coach and, Supreme Court and just the big headlines. But they need to know who I am, where I came from, that I am nobody. I am the average guy. There's nothing special about me. So I wanted everybody to be inspired. That's why I wrote the book, Average Joe. And it's there to inspire you that if God takes a guy as least likely as me and could change the entire landscape of our nation, imagine what he could do if everybody stood up for the rights. Exactly. And stood up as Americans and was proud of what they are and what they do. We could change this nation so easily.
Just take a stand.
It's so simple. So simple.
Where can people find your book? When did you write it? When was it published? And
it was
where can they find it?
Yeah, it came out in all bookstores, on Amazon, all those places. You could get it anywhere books are sold. It's called Average Joe. Also, you could go to my website, not very original, CoachJoeKennedy.com, and you could get a hold of all the information about the case. You could read up on all the boring stuff as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. But Anything you need, I'm there for you guys. And the really cool thing is we have a film coming out, going to be in theaters this fall, Average Joe.
You're kidding me. Now, we can talk about that, right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
This is the first weekend I could talk about
That's
it.
great. Is Tom Cruise playing you?
Oh, no. I always said any idiot could play me.
Yeah.
I was worried who was going to play my wife. I wanted them to get that one right.
That's fantastic. Did you serve as a technical advisor, or were you involved in the production of the film?
Yes, I was part of writing the script. I wanted to make sure that they were true to...
Based on your book?
Based off of my life.
Okay.
It varies a little bit. You know how movies go. And they take some creative liberties. But they were really pretty true. And then I wanted to be on the set to see how a movie works. And they were really awesome. I got to spend time with the lead actor, Eric Close. And he was like spending so little time with me. He goes, you're easy to figure out. But Amy Acker, who plays my wife, that was awesome. She nailed it and spent so much time with my wife. But I did get to help with all the military scenes and be an advisor for those.
When does the movie come out?
October of this year. So
October,
yeah.
and it's going to be in theaters,
In
right?
theaters, yeah.
How exciting. So just think about, I wanted to, you've described how this, one 30-second prayer or a series of 30-second prayers changed your life. What are you doing with your time these days?
I do a lot of this. I go around and I try to help people just understand it doesn't take much. It really doesn't. And I encourage people to start in their home and with yourself. Get on your knees and pray. Yeah. Do something. Take it to your family. Take it to your community. Get involved in your churches. Get involved in your schools. And get out and vote. I mean, this year is the most important in anybody's lifetime. This is a year you need to be involved.
I've been doing these interviews all day, and that get out and vote, get involved in the election has been a recurring theme in just about every interview I've done. Can you see yourself coaching football again? Do you have a desire to coach football again?
I don't know where God's calling me to go.
You miss it?
I really did, especially the first 5 years where my guys were still in. Yeah. But the school and that whole experience, it took the joy out of it. And so I'm just waiting for the next chapter, see what God's, and I'm just willing. I'm here and available, and whatever God's calling me to do, I'm in.
So the book and the movie, Average Joe.
That's it.
That's it. We'll look for it in October. Coach Joe, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us. We appreciate you sharing your story with AMAC members, and good luck with the film, and good luck with the advocacy on behalf of our civil rights, our most precious rights to practice our religion and free speech. These are fundamental rights for the country, and we are grateful for patriots like you who are out there defending them. Thank you.
One more question. Can I join?
Can you join AMAC? Of course you can join AMAC. We were talking offline. I was telling people, you don't have to be 50. Even though our member benefits are geared for people who are 50 plus, Coach, we would love to have you as a member.
You got a member.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, brother.
Very welcome. We'll be back live at CPAC with more on Broadcast Row right after this.
Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division. Are you planning a trip soon? Whether you're heading out for a relaxing vacation or an exciting adventure, travel insurance can provide peace of mind and protect you from unexpected events. Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division is a family-owned and operated company with over 60 years of experience. Call us old-fashioned, but we believe you should talk to a real person when you need help. Whether you are seeking a quote, have made a purchase, or need help filing a claim, you'll always be helped by a licensed, experienced, in-house insurance agent who is familiar with your policy and treats you like the cherished customer you are. Our staff of highly qualified travel insurance agents is here to help you find coverage that best fits your needs and is available for you before, during, and after your trip if help is needed. Benefits you can include in your coverage include trip cancellation, medical expense, medical evacuation, hurricane and weather coverage, missed connection, delayed baggage, and non-medical emergency evacuation. At Trip Insurance Consultants AMAC Division, we value you and are here to ensure that you and your trip investment are protected.
Does social engineering from leftist corporations make you feel like we're living in the Twilight Zone? If so, you're not alone, and that's why we're proud to stand behind a wireless company who stands behind your values. I'm talking about Pure Talk, an AMAC-supported wireless company on the nation's largest 5G at half the cost of the big three. So I challenge you to stand with a company who champions your values. Those of you who have always had your neighbor's back, you've pulled yourself up by your own bootstraps, and you still believe that the flag stands for freedom. It's time to join the masses who have fled their old wireless companies for something better. Pure Talk. Pure Talk gives you phenomenal coverage on America's most dependable 5G network for half the price of the other guys, with unlimited plans starting at just $20 a month. The average family saves almost $1,000 a year. And as an exclusive AMAC partner, Pure Talk will give you 3 years free on your AMAC subscription. Just dial 844-8-PURE-TALK and mention AMAC Podcast to make the switch. That's 844-8-PURE-TALK, and make sure to mention AMAC Podcast to get 3 years free on your AMAC subscription.
Welcome back to, come on, listen to me. Okay, welcome back. It's been nonstop, ladies and gentlemen, to AMAC's Better for America podcast. I'm Andy Mangione, and I am thrilled that we're coming to you live from CPAC. To introduce my next guest, he's a patriot, he's a warrior, he's a retired brigadier general. Mookie Walker is here from West Virginia. And I want to talk about your storied career. I want to talk about what you're doing right now, national security, and how you spent 40 years in service of this country. First of all, General, thank you for taking the time to be with us, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for your support, and thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure. So, 40 years.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So I grew up in New York City,
okay,
and in Jamaica, Queens, about 2 miles from JFK Airport, watching planes take off and land 24 hours a day. I knew I wanted to fly, and eventually I was lucky enough to meet a young lieutenant who had just graduated from the Air Force Academy, and he came to my high school to talk about it, and I told him I wanted to fly, and he said, if you really want to fly, you got to go to the Air Force Academy. Don't go to ROTC, don't go to OTS. And so I said, then that's where I'm going. And I dedicated my next year or two to go to the Air Force Academy. I ended up enlisted for 1 year at the Air Force Academy Prep School,
right,
and then 4 years at the Academy, and after that, 35 years as an officer.
It's not unusual to get to the Academy taking that path, is it?
It's not unusual, and I mentor a lot of youngsters to, if they don't get in the first time, try again, because it's worth it.
Yes, and I'm not minimizing how difficult it is to get in, but I know people that have had aspirations to go to Colorado Springs,
yes,
and didn't get in, but took the path that you did, and and they were successful.
Oh yes, matter of fact, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force two CSAFs ago was a prep schooler as well. So General Goldfein, he went to the prep school. One of my classmates, who is also at the prep school with me, is the president of National Defense University. He's a 3-star. Wow. So I'm telling you, it's a good path. Just get there.
That's a great recommendation, a great observation for people to have these aspirations, because it could be daunting when you need a congressional appointment.
Exactly.
You know, it's tough to do, but it's doable.
It's doable. And for motivated youngsters who are true patriots, just got to tell them how to do it, and they'll do it.
Absolutely.
That's
so
right.
you 35 years flying. What type of aircraft did you fly?
C-130s, and that took me all over the world. I visited every continent except Antarctica. And I had the chance, and I blew it because I had some other commitment. But again, it's taken me all over the world, and I've gotten to see the good, the bad, and the ugly all around the Earth.
When did you retire?
Retired October 1st, 2023, just a few months ago.
Good for you.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
for you. And did you have any aspirations to jump into the private sector and continue flying?
Actually, my aspirations were to relax, ride my Harley, get out to the range, and do the thing I loved most, shooting. But then I had veterans all over West Virginia and in Washington, because I did time at the Pentagon, who were pushing me. They said, "Hey, we got to send you up there." And I go, "What do you mean up there?" They said, up to Congress. I said, "Oh, Lord." And I had to do a lot of praying about it. But January, I decided, let's do this. And I announced January 9th.
So how did a kid from Queens end up in West Virginia?
Well, my last active duty assignment was in Tokyo, Japan at Yokota Air Base. And my commander out there told me, "Hey, your next assignment is going to be going back to Little Rock to teach at the schoolhouse, to teach new lieutenants how to fly the C-130. And I said, "Well, you know what? I'd rather be operational and deploy around the world and get in there fighting." Mm-hmm. And he said, "No, you have no choice." And I said, "Oh, don't I?" And so I made some phone calls to reserve units and Air National Guard units, and the 167th Airlift Wing in Martinsburg, West Virginia, called me and said, "Hey, we'll take you." And so I said, "Sayonara to active duty and hello to the Air National Guard." And so I've been in the Air National Guard 27 years until this past October, and came up in the West Virginia Air National Guard, and I eventually ended up being the commander of the West Virginia Air National Guard, the Assistant Adjutant General. So I think I had a good career with them.
It sounds like it. So now, it seems to me, and I could be wrong, that you're jumping from the frying pan
into the fire.
Into the fire, because you have announced that you're running for Congress in West Virginia's 2nd Congressional District.
Oh, yes. And here's something sort of funny, but he was disrespectful. My main rival, Riley Moore, who's part of the Moore Capito dynasty in West Virginia, put out that I was a deluded veteran. And I said, "Wait, holy smokes.
Really?
How could he be so
disrespectful? Sure.
And I think that was disrespectful to all veterans in West Virginia.
Absolutely.
But I can't, he's never served, so he has no idea how crass and disrespectful that is. So,
well, if he wants to rile up veterans in support of you, I think he just did that.
I think he did. Yeah, a lot of veterans throughout West Virginia are totally unhappy with him.
Well, General, we have 2.1 million members in all 50 states. A lot of our members are veterans. And we are huge advocates for the well-being of veterans, making sure they transition, getting them the support they need, getting them the medical care that they need.
Yes.
Okay, making sure the VA delegates its resources to veterans and not necessarily people who are in this country illegally.
I've seen that happening over the last few months. Funds that are supposed to be going to homeless veterans, but they're going to the illegals, and that is something I would draw my sword for. We cannot let that happen.
Absolutely.
The folks who came over illegally did not earn it. Our veterans did earn it.
You are pressing a lot of flesh in West Virginia.
Oh, yes.
Talking to a lot of people. What are people concerned about in your district?
3 things that they're concerned about is the security of our border, the protection of our national energy, meaning coal and natural gas. And they're also kind of worried, especially the veterans I talk to, about what's happening to our armed services. Right now, over the last 2 years, none of the services could meet their recruiting goals. And this year, it's going to be even worse. Partially, I think mostly because of the wokeism happening in the military.
Right.
And also the disrespect that the services had for service members who wanted religious exemptions to the COVID vaccine. And as a matter of fact, the Army, after they ruined these folks' lives, had the nerve to write a letter to all of them saying, "Hey, please come back." But in that, I saw that letter, nowhere in there was an apology.
Right. right? You're referring to, I remember that we
Yes.
talked about that here at AMAC. The Army kind of did an about-face, if you will.
Yes.
And they're asking people to
They
come
were
back.
forced to because they were breaking federal law.
Exactly right,
Yeah.
right. So if you had one area of specialty that when you're talking to potential constituents, saying, elect me because
I'm going to help bring jobs to West Virginia by strengthening our national security. I want to get munitions factories. I want to get defense companies in West Virginia, in our Panhandle, in Clarksburg, and in Morgantown, where we can actually get hard-working West Virginians making munitions that our country needs. Right now, we have the National Defense Strategy that is saying that China is our pacing challenge. Yet the DoD and currently the Congress and Senate are not really acting like it, because the munitions that we have for Army, Navy, and Air Force, we have enough maybe for 2 salvos, and then we're out. They can't be serious. So we need veterans going up there and banding together in Congress so that we can actually get the munitions we need in case the balloon goes up, and I think it will.
Now, how has your past experience brought you to this point? How can you draw upon it and prepared you for what you're doing now, campaigning, the grind of campaigning, raising money, talking to people, taking bullets, if you will, figuratively,
yes.
from competitors and people that are opposing you?
Actually, I'm looking at this campaigning now and a time in Congress like I do with my deployments. When we deploy, there are no days off. we're at war every day, 12 hours or more. And it's a grind, but we manage to get through it, and we manage to do it well. And also, my time in the Pentagon has taught me how to work the Washington swamp. And I have allies there, and I know that I can bring things together so that we can get things done for our nation and for West Virginia.
Have you incorporated this experience into your talking points when you present
yes.
yourself before voters?
That's exactly what I do.
I have to believe that this is resonating big time with the people you're speaking to in West Virginia, too.
I hope so. Because I hope they see that we don't need a governor, senator, and congressman all from one same family. They need actually someone who can go up there and fight for West Virginia.
Absolutely. Cover a lot of ground there. There's 2 congressional districts in West Virginia.
Correct.
And I would imagine the geography's got to be pretty daunting to cover.
Ooh, if there were no mountains, I could get to everywhere I want to go maybe in 2 hours. But now sometimes it takes 4 hours because you got to drive around the mountains.
How often are you home per week?
Once per week.
All right.
So it is quite a grind. But then again, I say I'm used to this because I used to be deployed all the time. And my time in the Pentagon, I was actually living in West Virginia and then commuting to D.C. during the week and coming back because I just didn't want to live in D.C. anymore. It was just... I call it the swamp for a reason. People don't talk to one another in the National Capital Region, where in West Virginia, we talk to each other.
What does the demographics, your constituency, look like in West Virginia, too?
Right now, I don't think, after Senator Manchin retires, I don't think there will be another Democrat in national office for the next 20 years. West Virginia is solidly red. So solidly red that sometimes Democrats don't even bother running at the national level.
Are these are people in West Virginia too? I would imagine, and it's not a softball question. I'm just not there. You're more familiar, obviously, with a district that you want to represent than I am. They're hardworking Americans.
Oh yes,
they're blue collar. They're raising families.
That's
they're
right.
worshiping. It is probably
and God is very important to West Virginia. And when the left tries to minimize worship and minimize what the Scripture really means, West Virginians don't like it.
Mm-hmm. So when is the primary?
The primary is 14 May, so May 14th, and early voting starts March 2nd.
I'm glad you brought up early voting. If there's something that you could talk about when you're out and about campaigning, is to urge West Virginians to vote early.
Oh yes,
it's not illegal. No. We had a guest on earlier today that said sent a candidate in Pennsylvania on the morning when you got out of bed to vote in person on election day already had 1 million early votes banked. That's a great strategy.
Oh, yes.
If you can incorporate that, because we have to break the habit. As conservatives,
Yes.
we like to get up and I'd like to go in there and check that box, click it, and walk out with your little sticker that said I voted. We need to get away from that and take advantage of everything
Oh, yes.
legally that's afforded to us to
And
get
we-
our vote in early.
And traditionally around the country, a lot of people don't even go to vote at the primaries. They always wait until the general election. And so not only do I have to get people to vote early, but also make sure that they're voting early for the primary.
So you're educating every step of the way?
Oh, yes.
That sounds like you've got.
Oh, yes.
Sounds like you've got a plan, General.
That's how we win wars.
Are you enjoying it?
I am. Surprisingly, it's a grind, but I go, hey, I'm back in the thick of it.
You've got to be sharp and on top of things every single day.
Oh yes, I cannot let it down for one moment.
So what's going on when you get back to West Virginia? What's waiting for you?
I have several meetings with county GOP councils. Next week, the Tough Man contest is going to be happening in Charleston, and I'll go on Thursday evening. And the promoter there is a friend of mine, Jerry Thomas, and he's going to bring me into the center of the ring to talk to all the people, and then I'm going to sing Country Roads.
That's fantastic.
Oh,
I didn't
yes.
know you had that kind of talent.
Oh, well, there's a lot more about me that people don't know.
How can they get to know you? Where can they go? If people are watching this and they're inspired and they want to help your campaign or they want to learn more about you, where can they go?
They can go to www.chriswalkerforcongress.com. 4 is spelled out F-O-R, not the number.
chriswalkerforcongress.com. That's great. Well, General, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us.
Thank you for having me.
No, it's a pleasure to meet warriors and patriots like you that keep coming back for more. You could ride off into the sunset, enjoy your hard-earned retirement, ride your Harley, hit golf balls, but you're pressed into a different kind of service, and it's a very necessary service. And, sir, we salute you for taking on this endeavor.
Thank you so kindly, and I hope that West Virginians are listening so they can support me, and I will support you, and I'll never let you down.
Best of luck, sir.
Thank you so kindly.
We'll be back live from CPAC on Broadcast Row in just a minute.
We are proud to have First Fidelity Reserve as our official bullion and rare coin partner, as they have supported AMAC for over a decade. They are offering our members a free copy of their award-winning Precious Metals Guide to make investing in gold and silver safe and easy for you. Over the past 4 presidential election cycles, gold has trended upward, and this year looks to be the same, as experts estimate gold will gain 25% in 2024. So, don't miss out on $2,500 gold. Call First Fidelity Reserve, 800-336-1630. That's 800-336-1630, and get your free 38-page Precious Metals Guide today.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
Welcome back to CPAC 2024.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, You get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Better for America, AMAC's podcast. We're here live at CPAC, and I'm thrilled to have you with me. Joining me now is Mark Lotter. Now, he is from Fort Wayne, Indiana, and he serves as the Chief Communications Officer at the AFPI, that's the America First Policy Institute. But Mark previously served as Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump-Pence 2020 campaign. It is so nice to have you here with me now, Mark. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's really a thrill. So tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing over at AFPI.
Well, the America First Policy Institute came into being because once it became clear that there was not going to be an immediate second term for President Trump, you had all of these great thinkers and leaders and doers who were in the federal government, in the White House, in the president's cabinet, and rather than just letting them go scatter to the winds and to the universities and the corporations, Brooke Rollins, our president and CEO, Linda McMahon, the former Small Business Administrator, the great Larry Kudlow, got together and said, we can't just let these people go. We need to keep that brain power connected together, because whether it's Donald Trump, not Donald Trump at that time, the policy fight is going to continue, and we need the people who were there in the White House, there in the agencies, not people sitting in ivory towers, but the people who are actually doing the work. They need to get ready for the next America First presidency, and now we know it looks like it will most likely be Donald Trump leading that again.
It sure does.
We have 8 former cabinet secretaries, 20 White House senior staff, 50 senior administration officials who are ready right now, and they're sitting in an office down the street in D.C., making sure that we have not just the people, but the policies, the executive actions, the legislation, and the people who are in the agencies going, for the next team that comes in, when that president decides, these are the lessons we learned the hard way in year one.
Yeah.
Don't make these mistakes.
And
we're ready to go.
So important, the work that you're doing. And for everyone out there listening, you know, for average everyday people, they're saying, what's happened to America? It doesn't look the same. We're a different America today than we were 10 years ago. So groups like AFPI are doing incredible work. We here at AMAC very much aligned the same way in that we look at the policies and we take our marching orders from our members. So I just want to encourage everybody who's listening to know that there is a way for you to get involved, for average, ordinary, everyday people to get involved. One of those ways is through AMAC, so join or renew your membership with us for sure. But we will give you the vehicle, and we're working very closely with your group. When I talk about the way that America has changed so much fundamentally over the last 10 years, I'm reminded of that great phrase, I think Edmund Burke said, the only thing necessary for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. And so I'm encouraging people to get involved and be part of the bigger movement, and that is on the election integrity front. We've got a lot of work to do there. We've got a lot of work to do on the border. Make sure that, I mean, we've got so many people coming over our southern border in the millions. They're talking 10 million illegals here. Are they going to be voting in our future elections? These are the issues that we're fighting and working on. But I want to ask you, how did we get here? And I think it's because I think a lot of people were asleep. People are now waking up. But how did we get here, and what needs to happen to reverse course? Because we're going off a cliff.
Yeah, I think the first thing we have to remember, and in my personal capacity, and having been on the 2020 campaign as Director of Strategic Communications, Joe Biden was a hypothetical president back then. You couldn't attack him for his time as vice president under President Obama. You couldn't attack him for his 50 years in the Senate prior to that. So he was able to be, for a relative ease of understanding, in his basement, talk about ending the pandemic and I won't mean tweet. And people were able to envision that. Well, he's not hypothetical anymore. He actually got in there. His policies are, and the people don't like it. Whether it's what we see going on at the southern border, what we see going on in the economy, price hikes that people can't afford. Their paychecks aren't keeping up. They get sticker shock every time they go to the grocery store or the gas station. When you see New York police officers being violently attacked by illegal immigrants, let out of jail with no bail, and then fleeing across country to California, I mean, that's not the America that we grew up in. But the one thing that I will say that this reminds me of history. We had to endure Jimmy Carter to get Ronald Reagan. If Jimmy Carter had been a successful president, we would never would have had a President Ronald Reagan. So every so often, I think people need to be reminded that elections have consequences, and this is what you got. You got what you voted for. Maybe not you individually, but as a nation.
That's right.
We voted for higher inflation, out of control spending, 2 wars raging, an open border, soft on crime, disrespecting police. They didn't hide what they were planning to do. Well, take them at their word. They did it.
That's right.
Now is the chance to undo it. And the great thing about the America First agenda and the America First Policy Institute is when you take the politics off of it, take the candidates' names off of it, when you look at just the policies, rebuilding America's energy dominance, lowering inflation and prices, strengthening American manufacturing, peace through strength, a secured southern border. All of those things are 70%, 80% approved by the American people.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense. So now we just have to realize that, yeah, it makes sense, but you've got to vote with the people who are actually going to do it and not the people who are going to do the exact opposite.
That's right. Now, our members, many of them listening right now, they're tuning in. There are 3 or 4 issues that are so important. I would say, number 1, election integrity. They're fearful that this election might slip away, that we may see election irregularities, right? That there may be voter rolls that haven't been cleaned up, that people may not just be voting on election day, but voting weeks and weeks after election day. How confident are you that we can have a secure election in 2024?
Well, a lot of states have taken a lot of action at our suggestion and encouragement to strengthen election integrity measures, but I never put it past the other side to do everything they can to try to rig, the system. But the one thing I want to remind folks is that for all of the shenanigans that they pulled in 2020 because of the pandemic, whether that is mailing out live ballots to people, whether you asked for one or not, ballot harvesting, basically ignoring signature match requirements for early voting and for mail-in voting, all of those things that they did, including drop boxes, which some states have actually been found were unconstitutional. All of those things that they did, they won by 45,000 votes in 3 states. Just 45,000 votes in 3 states. They are not going to be able to do all of those things this year because we've strengthened our election integrity efforts. So if it worries you, if it scares you that what we saw happen in 2020 might happen again in 2024, then there's one simple answer I have. Number 1, A, vote. B, volunteer. We need more election watchers. We need poll watchers. We need people out there who are keeping an eye on what's going on. And then number 3, don't vote alone. The most powerful people, and I said this all throughout the 2020 campaign. I mean, yeah, I know you see me on TV or hear me on the radio, blah, blah, blah. But the people who are watching this podcast have way more influence than even what I do, because you can talk to people at the at your church, at your kids or grandkids' school, in your community centers. You can talk to people who know you and trust you. And when you can make sure that they get to the polls. So do this. If between now and November, each person who's listening can go out and find 5 more people who weren't likely to vote and make sure they get to the polls. And then also challenge them to not just vote yourself, find 5 more people.
That's a great
We can
advice.
run up the score so high that there's nothing they can do to undo it.
Yeah, and that is so important that people understand that you, a single individual, can have such an impact, and we give people the vehicle to do that. Very, very easy. You join amac.us, we give you the vehicle. A lot of people are saying that there's some sort of spiritual warfare going on, that something evil is happening out there. Regardless of really even your faith, there's something wrong when state legislators turn their back on child trafficking, sanctuary cities, allowing crime to destroy their cities. They just don't want to face the truth. And I think a lot of people are saying something bad is afoot, something very, very evil. You mentioned our constitutional rights. Isn't it something else how when COVID occurred, it was churches that were shut down, yet abortion clinics were wide open. Cannabis shops were open, McDonald's was open, but churches were closed. How severe do you think the threat against our constitutional rights, specifically our First Amendment, is today here in America? And what is AFPI doing to address that?
Well, they're doing everything they can to trample all over our First Amendment rights. They believe that the First Amendment only applies if they agree with what you are saying or doing or your actions. But, we're at a turning point. In fact, on Tuesday, the United States Supreme Court is going to hear oral arguments in a case where AFPI is representing former President Trump and arguing against big tech censorship. And we make the fundamental case that your social media platforms are really no different today than the phone company was back in the day, or an airline. An airline can't change their level of service, or a phone company could not change the way they serve you based on your religion, based on your gender, or based on your political beliefs. Everyone should be treated equally and fairly. It's called common carrier. And so we've actually written an amicus brief that's filed with the Supreme Court on behalf of the former president that encourages the Supreme Court to hold these big tech companies to the same standards that we would hold American Airlines or to AT&T, that your level of service cannot change just because you may or may not agree with someone's political affiliations, their religious or personal beliefs. And we believe, Justice Thomas has already written on this in other cases, that this case is very ripe to reaffirm our fundamental First Amendment rights and hold big tech, big media down in their attempts to censor conservatives or speech they don't like.
And it does seem that there are certain people who are being really targeted and attacked. And I want to mention our former president, President Donald J. Trump, who has absolutely been attacked in a way that we've never seen before. This should frighten every American. Every American should be concerned. I want to ask for your thoughts on what we see happening in Georgia, the Georgia case with Fani Willis. And it seems her abuse of taxpayer resources in order to really target and go after Joe Biden's political opponent. This seems to be, it's unbelievable, quite frankly, to me, when I hear the testimony, and it seems to me that she's lying right there. What should people know about that, and how do you think that that's going to unfold? It looks like things will be pushed back, perhaps, and that some of what's the targeting against Trump may be delayed.
Yeah, I mean, what we see happening in Georgia is just a sham, and it's an abuse of the law, and it's abuse of the prosecution. And I'm not a lawyer; I just play one on TV sometimes. But what's it tell you when really the fundamental argument is that I disagree with your opinion, and now I'm criminalizing it? And we have a right to challenge, to question election results, whether we're right or wrong. It is still our right. In fact, let's not forget that Democrats have objected to the certification of the Electoral College vote in every election they have lost since 2000. They challenged George W. Bush's victory in Florida in 2000. They challenged George W. Bush's victory in 2004 based on some made-up voter fraud claims in Ohio. They challenged Donald Trump's election in 2016 because of Russiagate, which is obviously all made up and proved to be wrong. And so they're allowed to do it, but when we question, then they decide to criminalize it. And it just underscores for me that they know they can't beat Donald Trump right now at the ballot box. Because when you look at all those issues we were talking about, Joe Biden is deeply unpopular. He's losing not only in the national head-to-head right now, which we never were leading the national poll in 2019 or 2020. He's leading right now.
Yeah.
He's winning in 5 of the 6 key battleground states, including in Georgia, by a massive amount. They know they're struggling to win at the ballot box, so they're trying to take it to the courtroom because that's the only way they have hope to retain power. I saw the Associated Press looked at the sham New York case against the president's companies. Not even the Associated Press could find an example of that law being used in this way in history. The upcoming separate case in New York, the federal government chose not to pursue it. The former district attorney chose not to pursue it. But now you have a woke prosecutor in New York who campaigned on getting Trump, and these charges that other prosecutors dismissed are suddenly being brought up. Yeah. I mean, it's all a joke. It's a use of what's called lawfare, where they can't win at the ballot box, so now they're going to try to do it the way a third world republic would. And it reminds me of that famous quote from Stalin, "Show me the man, and I'll find you the crime." They are literally campaigning on and now executing on a plan of Donald Trump, I'll find you the crime.
Wow, this is all very serious stuff. It's all very real. It's exactly why people need to get involved and participate. We love the work that you're doing. Before we let you run, Hope for America. Tell me a little bit about what you see into the future, because I'm an optimist and I do believe in the American people, and I do think people are beginning to see more and more. Sometimes things do have to get real bad. We see the pendulum swinging very, very far. I think it's going to come back to center. I think people are waking up. What is your view on the future for this country?
I've never been more hopeful. You know, despite all of the problems that we face and all the challenges we face, these are problems our country brought on itself. And I think a lot of Americans right now are experiencing buyer's remorse. And we wish we had a lemon law, because obviously, clearly, we got one in Joe Biden. But we have a chance to change back. And if we take those bold steps in November, if we can bring in a new America First leadership to Washington, D.C. and the White House in January, we can actually prove, like we did the last time around, that the policies work. And I think for all of the reasons why people don't like Joe Biden now, it's not personal. It's the policies. It's the results or the lack thereof. If we prove the other side to be true, because we know they work, then I think we can, to borrow a phrase from a friend of mine, make America great again.
Let's do that. Mark Lauder, what a pleasure to have you here with me.
It's great to have you. Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
And to all of you out there listening, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with some great guests, including Tom Homing coming up soon.
Thank you.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, You get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Rebecca. You're here at CPAC Live, and joining me now is Dr. Brooke Miller, a rancher from Virginia, a speaker here at CPAC on Saturday. Dr. Miller, it's an honor to have you here with us today.
Well, thank you very much, Rebecca. It's my pleasure being here.
So, Dr. Miller, there are a few things that I do want to talk with you about. One of them is the food, right? People, this has been a conversation that I'm hearing a whole lot of when especially on social media sites. Folks are interested more and more, ever since it seems COVID, to understand what's coming into our country and how does the very food that we eat impact us. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what's happening, what people should know. As you know, we're AMAC. We're 2 million members strong. We've got a lot of people tuning in live, listening to this. So tell us a little bit, bring us back a little bit into why you're here, what you'll be talking about on Saturday, and specifically what you think ordinary Americans should know about what they're ingesting.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I could talk all day on this issue. There are a couple of different issues here. One is the health of food, and as it relates to the dietary guidelines and what's happened over the last 30 to 40 years of Americans. We've had an explosion in chronic disease in this country because of what we're eating. And it just so happens that about 40 years ago, a guy named Ansel Keys presented some data to Congress and the world called the 7 Country Study. And he did an epidemiologic study, and it showed that, or he proved that animal fat was the cause of heart disease. Essentially, he cherry-picked his data. It was just a complete travesty from day one. He started out studying 23 countries across across the world, but he ended up only reporting on 7 studies in 7 countries. And he left out countries that did not go along with his theory of animal fat causing heart disease. So consequently, the government got into it, and they started coming out with these dietary recommendations and dietary guidelines, first in 1980. And if you can remember back to 1980, what people look like in 1980 compared to about what the average American looks like today, and it's grossly different. And we've seen an explosion in chronic disease, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, autoimmune disorders, and Alzheimer's dementia. And we feel that it's basically directly on what the people eat and based on the dietary guidelines. They told us to remove animal fat and animal products from our diet and substitute it with plant-based foods, and they started putting in seed oils, which are very inflammatory. And we've had basically a crisis in obesity and chronic disease ever since. So that's part of it. And so people are consuming less animal products. And as a physician, I like to try to cure disease as opposed to treat with medications. And we have a good patient population that's very interested in being healthy. And we cure a lot of disease with diet and exercise and good old things like sunlight and sleep and vitamin D. So that's very important. That's cost our nation a tremendous amount of money, both in health care, but just it's been horrible for this country and for the world.
So education is so key, very important that people understand that don't just read everything, believe everything that you read on its face. Do your research. Where can people get more information and dig in deeper a little bit to some of the studies that you've conducted and information that you're sharing?
You have to dig pretty deep because the internet's out there and you can pretty much find anything. There are a lot of conflicting opinions on this. And so people are confused, but I like there are several sources, and people can find these people online that are very out there and very well known. Joe Rogan is someone who promotes a healthy diet, the carnivore diet. There's a fellow, Dr. Sean Baker, who is probably the leading promoter of an animal-based diet. So those are two people that people could start following and listening to about health and wellness. I just have one little thing for people is just eliminate all processed and ultra-processed food from your diet. If you have chronic disease that you need to reverse, like obesity, diabetes, autoimmune disorders, then you should look into a carnivore diet very strongly, and I think that would be something that you would benefit from.
Yeah, it amazes me how, just a few people say, don't eat meat, don't eat, become a vegetarian, and then you've got a whole flock of people that follow because you somehow want to believe that there might be some instant miracle, right? And in fact, I think it's common sense tells me everything in moderation, but stay away from synthetics and these foods that are not really foods at all, very dangerous chemicals that we're ingesting.
Yeah, and interestingly, there was a study that was performed by Ansel Keys and another co-investigator in 1968 through 1973 that was never published. And the data was never published originally, but it was found in an estate, and they went through the data. And they had a group of 65 and older men that they fed, high animal fat diet, which was common in that day.
Sure.
And they had some where they substituted seed oils and seed and plant-based diet. And what they noticed was that there was a significant reduction in total cholesterol in the people that ate the plant-based diet. But what they also noticed was there was no difference in all-cause mortality. There was no difference in atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. But what they did notice a difference in, and this is the cholesterol issue that everybody's going to blow a lot of people's mind, for every 30 milligrams per deciliter of reduction in total cholesterol in this group of people, 65 and over men, there was a 22% increase in all-cause mortality.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are, you can't ignore that.
No.
Very good information. So glad that you're here. So, Dr. Miller, as we talk about health, one of the major concerns on so many people's minds is COVID-19, both the vaccine, how to protect themselves going forward. People seem to be relaxing a bit, looking at COVID as perhaps something along the lines of a flu. Talk to me a little bit about what you understand about both the vaccines and also for people who are overly concerned. Is this something that's sort of going to go away, or do we have COVID here is it here to stay? Is this just a new reality that this disease will, in fact, linger into the future and perhaps become less of a threat?
Yeah, well, that's what it's done already. I mean, it's mutated. It's a highly mutable virus, and it has mutated and it has become less of a threat. So it is more like a flu now. Whereas when it first came out, it was pretty deadly in certain categories. But unfortunately, the powers that be, the media, our government, the agencies, WHO, they oversold it.
Why do you think that is? And that's a question that a lot of AMAC members ask. They say, why were we oversold this drug? They believe it was really fueled by money. Lining the pockets of people who had a chance to make money. Again, I'm not stating that as fact, but I'm sure it's helped save many lives. I'm not a doctor.
What's helped made so many lives?
The vaccine itself.
Well, I think if you statistically look at it, and there are a lot of countries like the data just came out of New Zealand, the death rate in vaccine recipients was higher than in those that did not get it. And currently, there are multiple studies that are showing the vaccine has a negative efficacy. In other words, it will protect you for a short period of time, but then it crosses over to a negative efficacy. And in my practice, and what we're hearing other physicians say is, most of the people that I see that come in with COVID nowadays, they just have flu-like symptoms, but just about all of them are vaccinated. Rarely do we see someone that comes in that's unvaccinated.
Interesting. So if someone's thinking about, should I get that booster, or what might your advice be?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
okay, well,
not. Not only does it have a negative efficacy, but it's wrought with serious side effects, including death, all-cause mortality. In the developed countries that adopted this have gone up, about 20% since the onset of the mandates of the vaccines.
That's such a shame. And what really breaks my heart, Dr. Miller, is that families are being encouraged to vaccinate their young ones. Matter of fact, I recently saw an article that suggested that children at 6 months and older ought to be vaccinated, and there may be some mandatory requirements in certain states. Do you know much about that? And what might you be able to share with parents and grandparents listening when they're weighing that decision, should I get my child vaccinated?
Absolutely not. That would be I would think that the risk of vaccination would far outweigh any concern that most children have. COVID, even when COVID was, virulent, more serious, very rarely did children get sick from it. Very rarely.
Right. I've been saying this since the beginning myself. Mm-hmm. So you're really backing up what my basic instincts basically. I said, this thing has not been tested. We don't really know what they're putting into us, so be careful, think twice, and I'm glad that you're just confirming that. So, sir, you will be speaking here at CPAC on Saturday. What a wonder. Tell us a little bit about what you plan, sneak preview, and what you plan to share with the greater crowd.
Well, I have the honor to be on stage with Yanya Kellick and Robert Malone, two good friends of mine.
Great people.
And we are going to speak on the Hippocratic Oath and basically the takeover and politicization of medicine and centralized control of medicine and how it's been harmful for the patient-physician relationship. We may touch on food, and we haven't gotten into the food dish aspect, the other part of the food aspect, but we'll talk a little bit about that, about the war on ranchers and the national security crisis that this presents to our country.
That's fabulous. I can't wait to tune in on Saturday. Very excited to have you here with us today. Thank you so much, Dr. Brooke Miller. I'd love to have you back. Join me some more. We can talk a little bit more in depth.
Thank you very much, Wendy. It was my pleasure.
Well, thank you. God bless you. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll be right back with a lot more great interviews upcoming shortly. Thank you so much,
I hope
sir.
it was what you needed or what you wanted.
We are proud to have First Fidelity Reserve as our official bullion and rare coin partner, as they have supported AMAC for over a decade. They are offering our members a free copy of their award-winning Precious Metals Guide to make investing in gold and silver safe and easy for you. Over the past 4 presidential election cycles, gold has trended upward, and this year looks to be the same, as experts estimate gold will gain 25% in 2024. So, don't miss out on $2,500 gold. Call First Fidelity Reserve, 800-336-1630. That's 800-336-1630, and get your free 38-page Precious Metals Guide today.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Rebecca Weber. You're watching Better for America, sponsored by AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Joining me now is David Bratt. He's a former congressman from Virginia, and currently he serves as the Vice President for External Relations for Liberty University. Dave, thank you so much for being here.
A pleasure to be on. Thanks for having me.
So, Dave, we've got lots of members, 2 million strong.
Right.
Tell our membership a little bit about Liberty University. This is one of the few universities around that is doing some great work and really looking out for future generations.
Yeah, no, we're very proud of our students. I love going in every day. I used to be dean of the business school, and I would have events, and the students would help me set up and tear down. At the end of the night, it's late, they'd come up to me, "Hey, Dean Bratt, is there anything else I can do to help out?" I did not do that in college, right? These kids they got a work ethic. They're nice. I work out in the gym in the morning still with them, and they're doing their Bible devotions in the morning. For people who don't know the scale of Liberty University, we have 16,000 students on campus and 140,000 total students all over the country at present, right, through online education, masters, PhDs, and everything. And so we stuck to our knitting. Harvard's motto in 1640 was truth for Christ and church. I won't comment on Harvard right now, but we've stuck to our knitting on that. We train champions for Christ, believe in the life of the mind, and so I'm proud of our university.
I love it, and we need more just like it. So in your view, when you look at universities across America, education as a whole, what do you think is some of the greatest threats that are younger people, moms, dads, grandparents should be aware of? What's going on out there?
Yeah, well, if you want to get serious on that question, I'll refer people to a book by Alan Bloom, great University of Chicago philosopher, called Closing of the American Mind. He wrote that back in the 80s, New York Times bestseller. He's a conservative philosopher, translated Plato and Rousseau, etc., highest caliber philosopher in the world. And his opening line says, young people out there today only believe that there's one absolute and that there are no absolutes, right? So it's kind of this, there's no search for the truth even anymore. So it begs the question, what are universities doing, right? If they can't tell you as a parent or grandparent, et cetera, what in the world they're pursuing, if they can't define what truth is and how you pursue truth, that's a major problem. And then if you just want to look at the more trivial level, I know consultants that consult in higher education, parents and kids in their demands for higher education, they don't list education in the top 10 things they want from a university. They want a good food court, a good reputation, good curb appeal, good football team, good reputation to get jobs. No one lists education as being one of the top 10 things you want from a university. This is a problem, right? And so,
huge problem.
So yeah, that's all laid out by Bloom in the closing. But we've lost track of the true, the beautiful, the good, the things that inspire young people. And instead, the neo-Marxist tradition is pitting everybody against each other, men and women and races and whatever. The Judeo-Christian tradition, by contrast, teaches we're all made in the image of God, and that the two great commands are love God and love your neighbor, period. Right? So, I mean, it's like this is not complex. But if you detect stress in modern society, you got to ask, where is it coming from? And higher ed is largely responsible for part of this decay.
A lot of people wonder, how this is seeping in and what's really the pivotal, at what point did things change so much? And I do think that DEI, this diversity, equity, inclusion, and people marching to those orders has really been a catalyst for what we're now seeing across universities, and that's anti-Semitism.
Yes.
Do you see a correlation of sort of the tenets of DEI and how that might promote or be a catalyst for anti-Semitism across our universities?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you just look, right, I taught history of thought for 20 years. I taught economics. I taught philosophy and theology. And if you ask DEI, like, who put DEI in charge of the world? And where did it come from? What philosophical school do you derive DEI, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion. There must be something else to it, right? I mean, does DEI define our universe? And it's kind of the same thing at ESG in the corporate world, right? Environmental stuff, social do-gooders, and corporate governance. Well, all these terms sound good, right? It's like, how can you be opposed to this? But then when you find out that BlackRock, right, Larry Fink, the $10 trillion man, is investing half of his portfolio into China, you scratch your head and you say, well, where's this coming from? Right? This ESG, China has the worst environment in the world. They don't do social good, right? Xi Jinping just gave his speech. They're going full-on Marxist-Leninist, and they don't know what corporate governance is. So again, where's this stuff coming from? Where it's coming from is the left. The left wants control and power, and they want control over your kid's mind. And so if you're interested in your kid's mind, which I hope you all are, parents and grandparents need to get involved.
They sure do.
In their schools, and they need to elect good leaders who will line up a good republic. All of the founders knew that, Ben Franklin had the famous phrase, it's a republic if you can keep it. And it was designed for a good and ethical people. What is ethical? There's no such thing as ethics. There's Christian ethics, there's Buddhist ethics, there's Aristotelian ethics, there's Kantian ethics. There's no such thing as ethics. So we've been so miseducated, all people have to do is say DEI ethics. And people go, oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
It's not nice.
And we see how DEI, ESG, and all of these really Marxist policies are impacting. They're not only going after our children, they're going after your wallet. They're going after our wallet. We see this happening.
Money.
Right? It's all about. So I want to talk a little bit about the economy and what we see happening. Just recently, I heard Janet Yellen a couple of weeks ago say that we're not worried about inflation. It's here to stay. Prices won't go down, but wages are going up. So don't fear. Ignoring entirely the fact that the Biden administration has gone on a complete spending spree, and average Americans know it, feel it, see it. It hits their wallet.
All right.
What's your perspective on the economy and your outlook?
Yeah, well, inflation, the mainstream media will never tell you the basic truth of inflation, right? So over the past 4 years, you've lost 20% in purchasing power of your dollar. So that's the money in your wallet. When you go to the grocery store, you see the high prices. But that's just the beginning. That 20% loss in your purchasing power is also your retirement account now. It just lost 20% of its value due to inflation. When you take that money out, you're now going to buy products that are way more expensive. And just to put it real simply, if you haven't, just say you have inflation, which is roughly what we had, of 10 and then 5 and then 5. Right? So on the news, they say, well, this is great news. Inflation's down. It was 10, and now it's 5 and 5, and now the core's at 4. No, that's not. Nowhere in that story did prices go down, as you said. Inflation went down, but prices went up first by 10%, and then they went up by another 5%, and now they're still going up at 4 or 5%. Prices are still going up, not down. So you've lost 20% of your purchasing power. This is the issue that's got the politics roiled, right? Axios and all the big news, they're hinting to the White House, hey, you better get your ducks in a row, because people don't understand K-12 education. It's complex. That's a tragedy. People don't understand what $50 trillion in debt looks like in 10 years. That's the CBO number. People don't understand the most problematic economic statistic is CBO has us growing at 1.5% GDP growth for the next 20 years. Ooh. That's Congressional Budget Office. Why? Because productivity is growing at 1.5% only for the next 20 years. Kids, you listening? Yeah. This is your world. And so there's all sorts of problematic stuff, and then they come out and say the economy's doing great. The economy's dead. The stock market is going up. Right? Because the Federal Reserve juiced the economy with $8 trillion in money printed, and now the federal government is juicing it with $2.5 trillion government deficits. And so, yeah, it looks good, but when all that juice runs out,
and Dave, what people are seeing too is this promise that so many people, mayors and people in Congress and the Senate that are they're making promises to the American people that the illegal migrants that are crossing this border are not a real threat to our economy. Matter of fact, AOC just a few weeks ago said they're helping our economy. They're good for our economy. Not to mention that kids are being kicked out of school to make room for migrants. Hospitals are overflooded. We know their sex trafficking is real. Child trafficking is a real issue, an important issue. So when we look at illegal immigration as a whole and the impact that illegal immigration has on the economy, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, that's a great tee up. You only hear half the story. You hear the benefit story, which is cheap labor for the big corporations. You don't hear who pays the costs. Who pays for that? Heather McDonald at the Manhattan Institute, she's a conservative pistol, unbelievable. She wrote a good piece at Manhattan Institute a couple weeks ago, showed the cost for one child education in Los Angeles is $50,000 a year per kid.
Wow.
Right. So across the country, it's 20, 25. But Los Angeles high for 50. So illegal immigrant comes across with 2 kids. So they work hard. They're made in the image of God. This is not a critique against these people.
Sure.
Right? So they're fine. They're working $20,000, $25,000 a year they make. They pay no taxes. They're probably getting benefits. And then the cost to the taxpayer is $100,000 for 2 kids if you're in Los Angeles. Who's paying that tab? Well, education is split 45% to the locality, 45% to the state, taxes, and 10% to the feds. So you're paying the bill. So the corporations get the cheap labor. Of course, they love that. They're all telling their congressmen they own the Senate, and they're telling them to vote for the cheap labor. But then they're not telling you, guess who's paying the bill? You at home, right? And so that's just a simplification, but that in a nutshell is what's happening.
Well, I want to thank you so much for being here today. Such great information. What the Liberty University is doing is so important. Encourage people to check that out. Make sure you tell your friends and neighbors and family, your children, grandchildren, all about it. Keep up the great work. David Bratt, thank you again for being here.
Thank you, and thanks for all you do. And it's a great interview, and you really have a good knowledge of all the issues. And it's very impressive to see such a understanding. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, we take our marching orders from our members, and they're concerned about all of it. So we'll look forward to having you back with us again soon.
Thank you very much.
Stay right there, folks. We'll be back with some great interviews in just a few moments.
Right.
Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division. Are you planning a trip soon? Whether you're heading out for a relaxing vacation or an exciting adventure, travel insurance can provide peace of mind and protect you from unexpected events. Trip Insurance Consultants AMAC Division is a family-owned and operated company with over 60 years of experience. Call us old-fashioned, but we believe you should talk to a real person when you need help. Whether you are seeking a quote, have made a purchase, or need help filing a claim, you'll always be helped by a licensed, experienced, in-house insurance agent who is familiar with your policy and treats you like the cherished customer you are. Our staff of highly qualified travel insurance agents is here to help you find coverage that best fits your needs and is available for you before, during, and after your trip if help is needed. Benefits you can include in your coverage include trip cancellation, medical expense, medical evacuation, hurricane and weather coverage, missed connection, delayed baggage, and non-medical emergency evacuation. At Trip Insurance Consultants AMAC Division, we value you and are here to ensure that you and your trip investment are protected.
Does social engineering from leftist corporations make you feel like we're living in the Twilight Zone? If so, you're not alone, and that's why we're proud to stand behind a wireless company who stands behind your values. I'm talking about Pure Talk, an AMAC-supported wireless company on the nation's largest 5G at half the cost of the big three. So I challenge you to stand with a company who champions your values. Those of you who have always had your neighbor's back, you've pulled yourself up by your own bootstraps, and you still believe that the flag stands for freedom. It's time to join the masses who have fled their old wireless companies for something better. Pure Talk. Pure Talk gives you phenomenal coverage on America's most dependable 5G network for half the price of the other guys, with unlimited plans starting at just $20 a month. The average family saves almost $1,000 a year. And as an exclusive AMAC partner, Pure Talk will give you 3 years free on your AMAC subscription. Just dial 844-8-PURE-TALK and mention AMAC Podcast to make the switch. That's 844-8-PURE-TALK, and make sure to mention AMAC Podcast to get 3 years free on your AMAC subscription.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, you get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rebecca Weber, back with you live at CPAC, and I'm thrilled to have with me, joining me now, Dr. Robert Malone, the founder of the Malone Institute, also the original inventor of the platform technology for mRNA. This doctor has spoken out early on the ethics. He's got 2 great books, The Lies My Government Told Me and The Better Future Coming. I'd love for people to check him out on Substack. You get over 500,000 views per day, which is absolutely incredible. And you can follow Dr. Robert Malone at RW Malone MD. That's MALONE. Dr. Malone, thank you so much. It's a real joy to have you joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Well, sir, there's so much happening. The world is unraveling in so many ways. Here we are just 3 years since COVID first, or we're coming up, I guess, on the 4th year here, since COVID was introduced. Yeah. And I look at where we were just a few short years ago and where we are today. For those that are tuning in, so many of our members, over 2 million strong, are concerned if they made the right choice to either forego getting the vaccine or getting the booster. Many are saying, should we have a booster? And I'd love for you to give your perspective, your opinion on things and how things are looking, because it does seem that COVID itself is no longer as much of a threat as it was. Perhaps that's just because more and more people have developed some sort of immunity. But specifically as it relates to the vaccine itself, could you share some insight?
So I'm a vaccinologist. I've spent my entire career, held multiple positions in industry, nonprofits, supporting the government in this area of biodefense and vaccine development and vaccine technology. And as a young man working at the Salk Institute in the molecular virology laboratories, I had a series of discoveries that led to the foundation technology for the mRNA products. So I understand this space. I've been at the forefront of helping companies and the government respond to, I think, 5 different outbreaks. So I'm very familiar with biodefense, outbreaks, and infectious disease, product development, vaccines. The important thing in evaluating any vaccine is the risk-benefit for you. Not the risk-benefit for the entire population, not the risk-benefit for children, but the risk-benefit for you, because you're the one that has to make the decision about whether or not to take the vaccine. And so as we're talking to a more elderly cohort, which I'm a member of, I'm not a spring chicken either, it's important to think about what are the data about your risk of both the infectious disease and the product. All pharmaceutical products, all vaccines have risk. If you drink too much water, there's risk. It's a fundamental principle in vaccinology and pharmacology. Everything has some degree of risk. The question is, how big is the risk of the product and the type of risk, and how big is the risk of the thing that you're trying to protect against? Let me illustrate the point. If you have cancer, and you only have 2 years to live, you might be willing to take a product that would give you an extra year of life, but if you happen to live for 8 years, it might cause some other kind of cancer. That might be a good trade-off. Depends on your disease, and you should be informed of what those risks are so that you can make decisions together with your doctor about whether or not taking this product makes sense to you. So all the way through, beginning in the very early days, for instance, I had a teleconference with Nancy Pelosi early on, in which I pleaded with her to get the CDC to stratify the risk of SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 by age, so that we would know what is the risk for a young child, what's the risk for a average middle-aged person, what's the risk for an elderly person. Because that's necessary to make decisions not about the whole population, we're not CDC, but about your risk, whether or not you should take this product. At first, the data seemed to indicate that the risk of the vaccine was much lower than the risk of SARS-CoV-2 in an elderly population. The elderly, absolutely, particularly the very old and obese, people with diabetes, certain types of cancers, immunosuppressive conditions, these were the people at highest risk for death from SARS-CoV-2. And then as time went on and we accumulated more and more data about the vaccines and the safety of the vaccines, to my evaluation, I used to suggest that children should not take these vaccines because they're at very low risk for death and disease from COVID. But the elderly, it still seemed to be the case early on, that the elderly were partially protected and at highest risk, and they should probably go ahead and continue to get the vaccines. Now we have a lot more data about the risks of the vaccines. And to my eye, what those data show is that when you stratify the risk of the vaccine and stratify the risk of SARS-CoV-2 by age, unfortunately, the risks of the vaccine increase as you get elderly. As you get older, the risks of the vaccine increase, and the risks of COVID increases. So then it's kind of a race. It's a balance. You know, which one increases more? Does it really make sense? What's your risk and what's your benefit? And unfortunately, the data that I've seen suggests that the risk of the vaccine is greater than the risk of the SARS-CoV-2 disease, even in the elderly.
This is so interesting, and what I find fascinating and almost mind-boggling is that this seems like lots of common sense here. You have a tremendous background, you understand your research, you understand medicine. After all, you are the original inventor of this platform technology of mRNA. Why is it that ordinary folks that want to have this discussion are somehow shamed in American society, and that, platforms such as YouTube and Google and such want to shut down this conversation entirely? We're just looking for truth. We're looking to educate the American public.
Well, more than that, you're looking for informed consent. It's your right to be fully informed about the risks of a medical product that you would accept. If you go to the doctor and, in an elderly cohort, they're well aware of colonoscopy, and they remember that when they go for their routine colonoscopy as an elderly person, which you should have, your physician or surgeon or gastroenterologist will read you a statement about what the potential risks are of colonoscopy, and you have to agree to those risks before they will do the procedure. That's called informed consent.
Yeah.
They're obligated to be fully open and transparent about what your risks are. But in the case of these products, that has not happened. In fact, the government has actively blocked disclosure of important information about risk like myocarditis. This is well documented. We have detailed timelines of how Rochelle Walensky and others have chosen to not disclose about risks to the general population under the belief system that these vaccines are safe and effective. Remember, how many times have you heard safe and effective, okay? That's called neurolinguistic programming. That's a form of mind control. When you're given these simple statements again and again and again, they get into your brain, and they prevent you from actually asking critical questions, which you should be doing because it's your body.
Yes.
It's your health. It's your right to know. Okay? But the government has actively restricted your ability to know. They have controlled the information. Matter of fact, there's an agreement between the U.S. government and the British government that both will suppress information about vaccine risks. Okay? So what has happened is that a group of technologies and capabilities having to do with censorship and what's called cognitive warfare, or you can think of it as a form of media hypnosis that was developed to prevent Russian disinformation affecting elections, has been turned on the civilian population. So the government has a very, very well-developed toolkit and interface with all the social media companies, and they have used that to suppress any discussion about vaccine risks or harms. And that's why you're not allowed to, is because the government doesn't want you to discuss those things, just like they will censor anybody who's had a vaccine injury from talking about it, and they will censor groups that have been set up on Facebook. Those groups will be deleted and deplatformed. That's by intention, and it's basically wrapped up in the idea the government thinks they know what's best for you.
And we see this in so many areas of our lives. And I think that, it's not the way that people want to think. It's not the way we want to view our government. We want to have some level of trust. And I think that's why a lot of people do have this cognitive dissonance around these issues. They'll try to find ways to justify why they're thinking the way they're thinking, because to face the truth is so difficult and so hard.
Yeah.
And it's almost impossible to wrap your mind around it. Quick question before I move on to your books. I want to talk a little bit about your books, but there are young families out there who are being pressured to vaccinate their children before they can send them off to school. The
More
schools
than
are saying
pressured, in many cases, they're required.
Correct.
And most of the top drawer universities still require the full series of SARS-CoV-2 vaccination.
So what should people do when their own conscience says, this doesn't feel right, I don't want to do this? This is a tough time in America. It sure is. Personally, as an employer, I told my people, we are not mandating a vaccine. I was able to do that by the grace of God. I was in a position where I could do that for my people. But there are young people who are their back is up against the wall. What kind of message or message of hope might you give to people that might encourage them in some way?
Well, hope is a different thing. In terms of your conscience, your rights are to control your body. You have the right to control any medical procedure or drug that's administered to your body. Don't give up that right. It's a difficult right and wrong decision. I made a wrong decision. I accepted the first 2 doses of Moderna, and I was damaged. I still have heart damage from having done that. Now, I rationalized it because I needed to travel, and you couldn't travel internationally unless you had the jab. I also had long COVID because I was in the first wave of infection with the original strain, the Wuhan 1 strain in Boston. I was in Boston, and I got very, very sick, thought I was going to die. And I developed long COVID, long-standing, and I had risk factors. I was more obese then. I had pre-diabetes, and I had this long-term syndrome, and it was talked about in government circles and on social media that if you took the jab, it might help you with your long COVID. I also had talked to a variety of my colleagues. Remember, I'm a specialist in this, but I had gotten out of the field in the 90s, late 90s. But I talked to colleagues, and they said the problems that I had found in the 90s had been overcome. I talked to the individual, Peter Marks, at the FDA that was specifically responsible for Operation Warp Speed and for licensing these vaccines. And he told me there was nothing to worry about. Okay? But I accepted the product, as have many, and I was harmed from it. I have not taken anything more than booster number 2. But even somebody that knows as much as I know was convinced by the lies that were put out about this product. And I made a mistake, so we can all make mistakes. But if you're a young person particularly facing these decisions, be aware that you are in the highest risk group, particularly young males, for having heart damage from these products. And there's just a paper that just came out in the journal called Vaccine. It was CDC funded, that to the tune of $10 million, an international consortium that took government data and hospital data from across the world, 99 million people, analyzed that data and has proven that all these data underreport the risks, and yet still it was clear that the vaccines have a major risk for myocarditis, pericarditis, central venous thrombosis, that's blood clots in your brain, Guillain-Barré syndrome, this is a neurologic syndrome, central nervous inflammation, a variety of other diseases. Okay, so this is proven now. And if you're a young person, you're at the highest risk, but particularly young male, that includes young adults up to 35. You're at highest risk for myocarditis. Now, they told you a lie. They said the myocarditis is transitory and mild. It's not. They didn't know the data then. They had no right to say that. That was another lie. Okay? They didn't have enough time, just like they didn't have enough time to know whether or not these products were safe in pregnancy. They told all of us they were safe in pregnancy. They told us the myocarditis was short-term and mild and transient. But now the data are in. It's not. That was a lie.
And we see these cancers, it seems. I personally have witnessed a number of people within my small, group of of folks that I know that have come down with all kinds of strange cancers, even lost an associate at a very young age from a 6 weeks, fine one day, 34-year-old woman, gone in 6 weeks. Rapid lymphoma of some sort.
The term that my colleague Ryan Cole came up with, who's a highly qualified pathologist, is turbocancers.
Yeah.
And this is right out on the edge of current knowledge. And what's these observations that you and pathologists and surgical oncologists are making seems to be fairly widespread, but there isn't really solid randomized peer-reviewed research yet documenting this. And there's a lot of disincentives to even say what you just said. That's not allowed to be said.
I understand.
And physicians that say those words get attacked. Okay? But, and in some cases, it's the actual pharmaceutical sponsors that are behind those attacks, surreptitiously by hiring agents on social media, et cetera, to make these attacks on people. So we can't yet say for sure that there is a correlation, but we do know that there are data demonstrating that these products have characteristics and components that could plausibly cause those kinds of cancers. We have these observations of these kinds of cancers. So we're kind of in a position where it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, but we can't yet definitively say that it's a duck.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about your books. One of them, Lies My Government Told Me, and the second book, The Better Future
Actually,
Coming.
that's a title. That's the whole title.
Oh, the whole title.
The second
of
book
first.
we're working on right now is about psychological warfare and rogue government.
Okay, so folks, it's so important because you are a genius. You've got so much great information. I want to encourage people, follow Dr. Robert Malone. You can follow him at R.W. Malone, MD. You're putting out so much great stuff. Tell us about this book, Lies My Government Told Me, The Better Future Coming.
So this is published by Skyhorse. It was Tony Lyons. It was kind of a follow-on to the Bobby Kennedy book, originally, The Real Anthony Fauci, which I helped edit. Bobby's a friend. Tony Lyons, the publisher, is a friend, and he encouraged me to write this book, as did Steve Bannon. It's basically the origin of the book is that my wife and I write a daily Substack. So you can find that at rwmalonemd.substack.com. So daily essay that comes into your email. You don't have to pay for it if you don't want to. And in that, we started really on a daily basis to document the lies we were encountering and tried to make sense out of what was happening to us. Beginning basically around the time of just before the Joe Rogan podcast that became so popular.
Yes.
And right after the Brett Weinstein Dark Horse podcast where Steve Kirsch and Brett and I talked about the jabs. And so we started putting out these essays on a daily basis and then had encouragement that we should write a book. And so we decided to kind of serialize the book. And so that became the basis for the chapters. And what it really is a real-time account of our journey trying to make sense out of the COVID crisis. Trying to make sense out of things like the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab and the censorship and Tony Fauci and what went on at NIH and all of these things that contribute to the COVID crisis that we've all lived through. So a lot of people find it helpful. It's not a small book. It has a lot of detail and it's produced by 2 academics, so it's highly referenced. But if you can parachute into any one chapter if you wish.
Wonderful.
It's organized into 3 sections around the idea of how a physician approaches a patient. So if you come to me as a patient, the first thing I do is I listen to you. I ask you your story. I ask what your chief complaint is, where your pain is, what's happened to you, okay? So that's the history and physical. The next thing I do is I examine you. That's the physical exam. I say, what is actually happening to you? What are your symptoms? And then the last part of the interaction with the physician is the treatment plan. What are you going to do about it? So that's the structure of the book. The first third of the book is people talking about their own experiences. People like Pierre Corey and Meryl Nass and Matthias Desmet, and our own experiences of being censored and propagandized and defamed. So the first third is people's direct experience during the COVID crisis. And then the second part is all about, what does this mean? How do we make sense out of this? It talks about inverted totalitarianism. It really introduced a lot of things into that we now accept as part of our daily dialogue when we try to talk about the government and COVID crisis. And then the last part is where the hardest part for me to write, the better future coming. What can we do about this? What are the changes that need to be made? For instance, we talk at length about Schedule F and Donald Trump's plans to reform the bureaucracy. We talk about the corruption and the revolving door at the FDA, etc. So that's the structure of the book, and it can be kind of thought of as a way to understand, comprehend, process all these confusing things that we've all experienced.
And it is so important that you're getting the word out and that people just, feel encouraged. And this, you've answered my question about hope. It's right there in your book, The Better Future Coming. Dr. Robert Malone, thank you so much for being here today. I do hope to have you back with us again soon on this podcast.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for taking the time to listen.
Well, God bless you. And to all of you out there listening, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with great podcast interviews coming right up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, you get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division. Are you planning a trip soon? Whether you're heading out for a relaxing vacation or an exciting adventure, travel insurance can provide peace of mind and protect you from unexpected events. Trip Insurance Consultants AMAC Division is a family-owned and operated company with over 60 years of experience. Call us old-fashioned, but we believe you should talk to a real person when you need help. Whether you are seeking a quote, have made a purchase, or need help filing a claim, you'll always be helped by a licensed, experienced, in-house insurance agent who is familiar with your policy and treats you like the cherished customer you are. Our staff of highly qualified travel insurance agents is here to help you find coverage that best fits your needs and is available for you before, during, and after your trip if help is needed. Benefits you can include in your coverage include trip cancellation, medical expense, medical evacuation, hurricane and weather coverage, missed connection, delayed baggage, and non-medical emergency evacuation. At Trip Insurance Consultants AMAC Division, we value you and are here to ensure that you and your trip investment are protected.
Good. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Rebecca Weber. You're watching Better for America, sponsored by AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Joining me now is David Brat. He's a former congressman from Virginia, and currently he serves as the Vice President for External Relations for Liberty University. Dave, thank you so much for being here.
A pleasure beyond. Thanks for having me.
So, Dave, we've got lots of members, 2 million strong.
Right.
Tell our membership a little bit about Liberty University. This is one of the few...
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access...
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Rebecca Weber. You're watching Better for America, sponsored by AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Joining me now is David Brat. He's a former congressman from Virginia, and currently he serves as the Vice President for External Relations for Liberty University. Dave, thank you so much for being here.
A pleasure beyond. Thanks for having me.
So, Dave, we've got lots of members, 2 million strong.
Right.
Tell our membership a little bit about Liberty University. This is one of the few universities around that is doing some great work and really looking out for future generations.
We're very proud of our students. I love going in every day. I used to be dean of the business school, and I would have events, and the students would help me set up and tear down. At the end of the night, it's late, they'd come up to me, "Hey, Dean Brad, is there anything else I can do to help out?" I did not do that in college, right? These kids they got a work ethic. They're nice. I work out in the gym in the morning still with them, and they're doing their Bible devotions in the morning. For people who don't know the scale of Liberty University, we have 16,000 students on campus and 140,000 total students all over the country at present, right? Through online education, masters, PhDs, and everything. And so we stuck to our knitting. Harvard's motto in 1640 was truth for Christ and church. I won't comment on Harvard right now, but we've stuck to our knitting on that. We train champions for Christ, believe in the life of the mind, and so I'm proud of our university.
I love it, and we need more just like it. So in your view, when you look at universities across America, education as a whole, what do you think is some of the greatest threats that are younger people, moms, dads, grandparents should be aware of? What's going on out there?
Yeah, well, if you want to get serious on that question, I'll refer people to a book by Alan Bloom, great University of Chicago philosopher, called Closing of the American Mind. He wrote that back in the 80s, New York Times bestseller. He's a conservative philosopher, translated Plato and Rousseau, etc., highest caliber philosopher in the world. And his opening line says, young people out there today only believe that there's one absolute and that there are no absolutes, right? So it's kind of this, there's no search for the truth even anymore. So it begs the question, what are universities doing? Right? If they can't tell you as a parent or grandparent, et cetera, what in the world they're pursuing, if they can't define what truth is and how you pursue truth, that's a major problem. And then if you just want to look at the more trivial level, I know consultants that consult in higher education, parents and kids in their demands for higher education, they don't list education in the top 10 things they want from a university. They want a good food court, a good reputation, good curb appeal, good football team, good reputation to get jobs. No one lists education as being one of the top 10 things you want from a university. This is a problem, right? And so,
huge problem.
So yeah, that's all laid out by Bloom in the closing. But we've lost track of the true, the beautiful, the good, the things that inspire young people. And instead, the neo-Marxist tradition is pitting everybody against each other, men and women and races and whatever. The Judeo-Christian tradition, by contrast, teaches we're all made in the image of God, and that the two great commands are love God and love your neighbor, period. Right? So, I mean, it's like this is not complex. But if you detect stress in modern society, you got to ask, where is it coming from? And higher ed is largely responsible for part of this decay.
A lot of people wonder, how this is seeping in, and what's really the pivotal, at what point did things change so much? And I do think that DEI, this diversity, equity, inclusion, and people marching to those orders has really been a catalyst for what we're now seeing across universities, and that's anti-Semitism.
Yes.
Do you see a correlation of sort of the tenets of DEI and how that might promote or be a catalyst for anti-Semitism across our universities?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you just look, right, I taught history of thought for 20 years. I taught economics. I taught philosophy and theology. And if you ask DEI, like, who put DEI in charge of the world? And where did it come from? What philosophical school do you derive DEI, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion. There must be something else to it, right? I mean, does DEI define our universe? And it's kind of the same thing at ESG in the corporate world, right? Environmental stuff, social do-gooders, and corporate governance. Well, all these terms sound good, right? It's like, how can you be opposed to this? But then when you find out that BlackRock, right, Larry Fink, at the $10 trillion man, is investing half of his portfolio into China, you scratch your head and you say, well, where's this coming from? Right? This ESG, China has the worst environment in the world. They don't do social good, right? Xi Jinping just gave his speech. They're going full-on Marxist-Leninist, and they don't know what corporate governance is. So again, where's this stuff coming from? Where it's coming from is the left. The left wants control and power, and they want control over your kid's mind. And so if you're interested in your kid's mind, which I hope you all are, parents and grandparents need to get involved.
They sure do.
In their schools, and they need to elect good leaders who will line up a good republic. All of the founders knew that, Ben Franklin had the famous phrase, it's a republic if you can keep it. And it was designed for a good and ethical people. What is ethical? There's no such thing as ethics. There's Christian ethics, there's Buddhist ethics, there's Aristotelian ethics, there's Kantian ethics. There's no such thing as ethics. So we've been so miseducated, all people have to do is say DEI ethics. And people go, oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
It's not nice.
And we see how DEI, ESG, and all of these really Marxist policies are impacting. They're not only going after our children, they're going after your wallet. They're going after our wallet. We see this happening.
Money.
Right? It's all about. So I want to talk a little bit about the economy and what we see happening. Just recently, I heard Janet Yellen a couple of weeks ago say that, we're not worried about inflation. the pivotal, at what point did things change so much? And I do think that DEI, this diversity, equity, inclusion, and people marching to those orders has really been a catalyst for what we're now seeing across universities, and that's anti-Semitism.
Yes.
Do you see a correlation of sort of the tenets of DEI and how that might promote or be a catalyst for anti-Semitism across our universities?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you just look, right, I taught history of thought for 20 years. I taught economics. I taught philosophy and theology. And if you ask DEI, like, who put DEI in charge of the world? And where did it come from? What philosophical school do you derive DEI, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion. There must be something else to it, right? I mean, does DEI define our universe? And it's kind of the same thing at ESG in the corporate world, right? Environmental stuff, social do-gooders, and corporate governance. Well, all these terms sound good, right? It's like, how can you be opposed to this? But then when you find out that BlackRock, right, Larry Fink, at the $10 trillion man, is investing half of his portfolio into China, you scratch your head and you say, well, where's this coming from? Right? This ESG, China has the worst environment in the world. They don't do social good, right? Xi Jinping just gave his speech. They're going full-on Marxist-Leninist, and they don't know what corporate governance is. So again, where's this stuff coming from? Where it's coming from is the left. The left wants control and power, and they want control over your kid's mind. And so if you're interested in your kid's mind, which I hope you all are, parents and grandparents need to get involved.
They sure do.
In their schools, and they need to elect good leaders who will line up a good republic. All of the founders knew that, Ben Franklin had the famous phrase, it's a republic if you can keep it. And it was designed for a good and ethical people. What is ethical? There's no such thing as ethics. There's Christian ethics, there's Buddhist ethics, there's Aristotelian ethics, there's Kantian ethics. There's no such thing as ethics. So we've been so miseducated, all people have to do is say DEI ethics. And people go, oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
It's not nice.
And we see how DEI, ESG, and all of these really Marxist policies are impacting. They're not only going after our children, they're going after your wallet. They're going after our wallet.
That's
we see this happening.
Money.
Right? It's all about. So I want to talk a little bit about the economy and what we see happening. Just recently, I heard Janet Yellen a couple of weeks ago say that, we're not worried about inflation. It's here to stay. Prices won't go down, but wages are going up. So don't fear. Ignoring entirely the fact that the Biden administration has gone on a complete spending spree, and average Americans know it, feel it, see it. It hits their wallet.
All right.
What's your perspective on the economy and your outlook?
Yeah, well, inflation, the mainstream media will never tell you the basic truth of inflation, right? So over the past 4 years, you've lost 20% in purchasing power of your dollar. So that's the money in your wallet. When you go to the grocery store, you see the high prices. But that's just the beginning. That 20% loss in your purchasing power is also your retirement account now. It just lost 20% of its value due to inflation. When you take that money out, you're now going to buy products that are way more expensive. And just to put it real simply, if you haven't, just say you have inflation, which is roughly what we had, of 10 and then 5 and then 5. Right? So on the news, they say, well, this is great news. Inflation's down. It was 10, and now it's 5 and 5, and now the core's at 4. No, that's not. Nowhere in that story did prices go down, as you said. Inflation went down, but prices went up first by 10%, and then they went up by another 5%, and now they're still going up at 4 or 5%. Prices are still going up, not down. So you've lost 20% of your purchasing power. This is the issue that's got the politics roiled, right? Axios and all the big news, they're hinting to the White House, hey, you better get your ducks in a row, because people don't understand K-12 education. It's complex. That's a tragedy. People don't understand what $50 trillion in debt looks like in 10 years. That's the CBO number. People don't understand the most problematic economic statistic is CBO has us growing at 1.5% GDP growth for the next 20 years. That's Congressional Budget Office. Why? Because productivity is growing at 1.5% only for the next 20 years. Kids, you listening? This is your world. And so there's all sorts of problematic stuff. And then they come out and say the economy's doing great. The economy's dead. The stock market is going up. right? Because the Federal Reserve juiced the economy with $8 trillion in money printed, and now the federal government is juicing it with $2.5 trillion government deficits. And so, yeah, it looks good, but when all that juice runs out,
and you know, Dave, what people are seeing too is this promise that so many people, mayors and people in Congress and the Senate that are they're making promises to the American people that the illegal migrants that are crossing this border are not a real threat to our economy. Matter of fact, AOC just a few weeks ago said they're helping our economy. They're good for our economy. Not to mention that kids are being kicked out of school to make room for migrants. Hospitals are overflooded. We know their sex trafficking is real. Child trafficking is a real issue, an important issue. So when we look at illegal immigration as a whole and the impact that illegal immigration has on the economy, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, that's a great tee up. You only hear half the story. You hear the benefit story, which is cheap labor for the big corporations. You don't hear who pays the costs. Who pays for that? Heather McDonald at the Manhattan Institute, she's a conservative pistol, unbelievable. She wrote a good piece at Manhattan Institute a couple weeks ago, showed the cost for one child education in Los Angeles is $50,000 a year per kid.
Wow.
Right. So across the country, it's 25. But Los Angeles high for 50. So illegal immigrant comes across with 2 kids. So they work hard. They're made in the image of God. This is not a critique against these people.
Sure.
Right? So they're fine. They're working $25,000 a year they make. They pay no taxes. They're probably getting benefits. And then the cost to the taxpayer is $100,000 for 2 kids if you're in Los Angeles. Who's paying that tab? Well, education is split 45% to the locality, 45% to the state taxes, and 10% to the feds. So you're paying the bill. So the corporations get the cheap labor. Of course, they love that. They're all telling their congressmen they own the Senate, and they're telling them to vote for the cheap labor. But then they're not telling you, guess who's paying the bill? You at home, right? And so that's just a simplification, but that in a nutshell is what's happening.
Well, I want to thank you so much for being here today. Such great information. What the Liberty University is doing is so important. Encourage people to check that out. Make sure you tell your friends and neighbors and family, your children, grandchildren, all about it. Keep up the great work. David Bratt, thank you again for being here.
Thank you, and thanks for all you do. And it's a great interview, and you really have a good knowledge of all the issues. And it's very impressive to see such a understanding. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, we take our marching orders from our members, and they're concerned about all of it. So we'll look forward to having you back with us again soon.
Thank you very much.
Stay right there, folks. We'll be back with some great interviews in just a few moments.
Right.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Rebecca Weber. You're watching Better for America, sponsored by AMAC, and we're live here at CPAC. Joining me now is our great friend, a hero, a true hero, former police officer, former acting director of ICE, current Fox News contributor, and the founder of Border 911, Tom Homan. Thank you for being here with me.
Thanks for having me.
You know, Tom, there's nothing more important to our over 2 million AMAC members than the crisis that we see at the border. It is exponentially getting worse and worse by the day, by the minute. Tell us where we're at. Give us some real numbers, because we hear a lot of these numbers, and I hear it's a lot worse than what the mainstream media is reporting.
Well, look, since Joe Biden's been in the White House, we've had over 8 million encounters on the southern border, a record. All right, they've released nearly 4 million into the country. Add to that the 1.9 million known gotaways. Look, we went for the most secure border under Trump. That's not just my opinion, it's fact. If you look at the numbers under Trump, illegal immigration at
Good. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Rebecca Weber. You're watching Better for America, sponsored by AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Joining me now is David Bratt. He's a former congressman from Virginia, and currently he serves as the Vice President for External Relations for Liberty. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Rebecca Weber. You're watching Better for America, sponsored by AMAC, and we're live here at CPAC. Joining me now is our great friend, a hero, a true hero, former police officer, former acting director of ICE, current Fox News contributor, and the founder of Border 911. Tom Homan, thank you for being here with me.
Thanks for having me.
You know, Tom, there's nothing more important to our over 2 million AMAC members than the crisis that we see at the border. It is exponentially getting worse and worse by the day, by the minute. Tell us where we're at. Give us some real numbers, because we hear a lot of these numbers, and I hear it's a lot worse than what the mainstream media is reporting.
Well, look, since Joe Biden's been in the White House, we've had over 8 million encounters on the southern border, a record. All right, they've released nearly 4 million into the country. Add to that the 1.9 million known gotaways. Look, we went for the most secure border under Trump. That's not just my opinion, it's fact. If you look at the numbers under Trump, illegal immigration at a 45-year low, illegal immigration down 83 to 90%, depending on what time frame you look at. We went from that to historic illegal immigration, numbers we've never seen before. So by the time Biden first term, you're going to have 10 to 12 million people encounters on the southern border. You're going to have about 5 million released in the United States. And that's not counting the people he's bringing into the port of entries through what they call legal pathways, which isn't. But that's just a way for them to play the shell game. If they bring them to a port of entry, they can claim a legal entry. We want to claim that as an illegal border entry. It's just a shell game. It's a historic, and just not illegal immigration, historic number of people off the terrorist watch list arrested. Historic number of women and children being sex trafficked. An historic amount of fentanyl coming across the border that killed 112,000 Americans. I mean, he's breaking records every day, but none of them are good.
Many of our members have said they can't imagine why a president would allow such a thing to happen when he has made an oath to protect and defend the United States citizen. Why is the administration prioritizing illegals over Americans? And there's got to be an answer why. There's got to be a reason, a method to their madness, because it is not humanitarian to let people come in, children be trafficked, illegal drugs come over, and terrorists.
Well, look, they've obviously sold the safety and security of this country out. They sold us out for future political power. They obviously see a future political benefit of this, right? Now, a lot of folks says, well, they're bringing in future Democratic voters. Probably, but they don't even have to get to that point, right? Because when Biden signed 90 executive orders abolishing everything we did, he also overturned the Trump census rule, which means millions of people being released in sanctuary cities will be counted in the next census, which means what? That means more seats in the House for the Dems. This is about future political power, and they sold this country out for it. But look, we're going to hold them accountable. The Trump administration is going to come back, and we're going to go back to rule of law. We're going to secure the border. We also have I'm actually a senior fellow with a group called Immigration Reform Law Institute. These are a group of probably the finest immigration attorneys in the country who have been suing. They've been suing the Biden administration to help Texas, help Florida, and other states sue the administration. They've been very successful. Immigration Reform Law Institute, your listeners need to look them up because they're fighting the case in the courts. I'm going to fight the case on the border.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned it could be because he wants these folks coming over so that he can grow his Democratic base, party, that is, and get more people to vote for him. How concerned should people be that we may have illegals voting in our federal election? And I believe this is something that we ought to be truly concerned about. This isn't just hype or rhetoric.
I think, how many illegals vote in elections? I don't know, but you'd be a fool to think none of them. And look, some of the states don't require voter ID, right? I got to show a driver's license to pick up tickets at a Washington Capitals game. Yeah. But I don't have to show an ID to vote. And look, like New York State, a lot of the states now give illegal aliens driver's licenses. Sometimes that's all you need to register to vote. One thing that concerns me about the upcoming election, I think Donald Trump's going to run away with it if every vote is counted, every legal vote is counted, and we stop the voter fraud. But I'm afraid that have we done enough? Are we pushing, write-in ballots? Are we pushing, ballot harvesting where it's legal? Are we doing it? We're going to try to beat their own game, or we're going to play the same game we played last time. So we got to step up. People need to come out of the woodwork to vote for President Trump. We need to overwhelm them so much, so no matter how much fraud they commit, they can't possibly beat the numbers. So we got to come out in force.
Yeah, and illegal immigration is the problem runs so deep. It impacts our schools, right? We see that children are being forced to stay home so that they can make way for illegals. Yeah. It impacts our hospitals. It impacts, you name it, our economy in a negative way, although we do hear others saying, oh, no, it's great for our economy.
No, that's a bunch of crap. The bottom line is illegal immigration drives wages down. It puts American workers out of work. And how do I know that? Let me give you an example. I put a roof on my house. It's been 2 years now. I had to call 5 different companies before I got a company that guaranteed me a legal workforce. And one of the people that showed up was just a father and son. They wanted to see if they could do the job themselves, hoping to just do a repair, but it was too far gone. They couldn't. But the father told me a story. He owned a roofing company. He had over 20 United States citizen employees. But the company got shut down. He laid off 20 U.S. citizen employees because he couldn't compete with the companies hiring illegal aliens and putting them on the roof at $5 an hour. Well, he's paying U.S. citizens $20 an hour. He couldn't win a bid. So he went out of business, put 20 U.S. citizens on an unemployment line. When I was ICE director, we shut down a meat packing plant in Illinois. And we arrested a couple hundred illegal aliens. Well, that plant opened back up about a month later with the black community employees. So another example of the black community being put in the back seat. I've gotten phone calls from 3 separate black pastors from Chicago who are upset at what's going on the border because they're being left behind, not with just jobs, but social services are being taken over by illegal aliens. The hospitals are being taken over. Look, trauma centers are shutting down. Schools are overcrowded. And our social service system are stretched beyond. And here's the issue. This administration, rather than putting an illegal alien in an ICE detention bed, which the law clearly says, if you're an arriving alien without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Shall means you do it. But this administration is not doing it. Why aren't they doing it? Because they know, like I know, 9 out of 10 of these people who claim asylum will get an order removal because they simply don't qualify for asylum. But if they're not in detention, they're not leaving. And plus, even if ICE was to find them, the Secretary has told ICE being in the country illegally on his own is not enough for ICE to effect an arrest. So they're here to stay. They're going to hide out. They're going to have a few USC kids. They're going to wait for the next amnesty to roll around. They're waiting for the next giveaway because this country's showing over and over again, if you hide out long enough, we'll give you something. Well, I think a Trump administration, that ends. If you're in the country illegally, you better be looking over your shoulder.
There you go. And I am just thrilled that you have taken this amazing initiative. You've formed Border 911. This is an incredible, really, goal that you have in play. Tell people listening a little bit about Border 911 and what you intend to accomplish.
Border 911, it's 501c3, C4 nonprofit. I brought what I think the best border enforcement team in the world. Many of us work for the Trump administration. I got Mark Morgan, CBP Commissioner under Trump. I got Rodney Scott, Chief Patrol Agent, Border Patrol under Trump. I got Jason Jones, a Newsmax border correspondent, retired as the captain of Texas DPS Intelligence. He knows more about the criminal cartels, how they operate, than anybody I've ever met in my career. He's on. I got Sarah Carter, who I work with on Fox News. She's been an investigative journalist on board for 20 years. And finally, I got Derek Maltz. Derek Maltz retired as a Special Operations Director for DEA. He's running the country talking about fentanyl. So I think we got the best border experts in the world, and not because we took a college course, not because when this border exploded, all of a sudden everybody says, "Oh, we're border experts." We're border experts because we wore the uniform, we investigated cartels, we put people in prison, and we're a part of the Trump administration that created the most secure border in my lifetime. That's what makes us who we are. So we're going to spend the next 10 months going around this country explaining to people why border security matters. It's just not about illegal migration. It's about 112,000 dead fentanyl poisonings. It's about record number of migrants who've died crossing U.S. soil. It's about a record number of women and children in sex trafficking in the United States. It's about a record number of people on the terrorist watch list crossing the border. It's a national security failure of huge proportions. So we're going to spend the next 10 months going around the country to battleground states. We're going to talk to people why border security matters. So when you walk in that voting booth, you vote for border security.
Yeah, know who you're voting for. And this is a real issue. When we think about child sex trafficking, I honestly think that the average person who's living in suburban America doesn't realize that the problem is as real as it is, as severe as it is. What do you know? Do you have some numbers to share, or what can you share as it relates to, lay it out for us. How does this happen? How do people come over and move children for money?
Well, bottom line is like, under the Biden administration, we'd had over 440,000 children cross the border. And people want to attack the Trump administration over what they call family separation, zero tolerance.
Right.
2,500 separations because we were prosecuting a person, and I separated families every day. I was a cop. Families get separated thousands of times across this country. When a parent gets prosecuted and you're with the child's not going to go to jail. You're going to separate. That's why, sadly, that's why CPS gets involved in all this other stuff. We were prosecuting the parents for entering the country illegally, which is a crime. And the reason that was done, maybe we start prosecuting they'll stop coming. Maybe less women get raped. Maybe less children drown in the river. Maybe less fentanyl comes across because the Border Patrol's on the line and being vigilant because they're not worried about this, oversaturation of family groups. We did it to save lives. But under Biden administration, so they say our policy is inhumane. Under Biden administration, we got 440,000 children, and that was last month's number. They lost track of 100,000 of them, right? And I said at the time, many of these children that they can't find are in the hands of traffickers. They'll be in forced labor. They'll be in pornographic movies. They're living with pedophiles. And sure enough, in the last 6 months, ICE has had at least half a dozen investigations. You got a 9-year-old cleaning up entrails in a meatpacking plant in Texas, being forced labor. And that is what happens when you open the border up. The criminal cartels are having a field day. Because if you're a child, this administration is going to put you in custody of HHS. They're going to deliver you at government expense to the same person who paid for your smuggling, which in most contexts is a felony to conspire to alien smuggling. Not only that, that's why the family numbers continue to rise. The family numbers continue to rise because they know they're not going to be detained. The way you stop that, you end catch and release, like the Trump administration did, and you hold people accountable. If you cross the border illegally, it's a crime. It's not okay, and we shouldn't be okay with that. So, under the next administration, you better believe there's going to be human trafficking organization will be held accountable, and we're going to put a lot of people in prison. And we're going to secure the border and save lives because a secure border saves lives. Again, when President Trump had illegal immigration 90% down, when 90% less people are coming, I'm going to say it 1,000 times, how many women weren't being raped?
Right.
How many children weren't being put in the hands of criminal cartels coming across the border? So look, this is the most inhumane administration I've ever seen. Because when you open the border up, you promise you can enter the country legally. You'll be released within 24 hours. We'll fly you to a city of your choice at government taxpayer dime. We'll put you in a hotel room at $500 a night. We'll give you 3 squares a day, medical attention, give you work authorization, and on top of that, we'll give you a Visa card with $7,500 on it. Who the hell wouldn't come?
That's right.
The most vulnerable people in the world are going to put themselves in the hands of criminal cartels to come to the greatest nation on earth because you open the door.
Yeah. I mean, our country, in my view, it is being invaded. We need to act. We need to speak up, and you're doing exactly that. I'm so proud of the work that you're doing. Border 911. I just encourage people to tune in and keep up the great fight.
Go to border911.com and look what we're doing. We got an event April 4th at Mar-a-Lago. Love to see you there. But let's not forget about the Immigration Reform Law Institute. These men and women, I work with them, the finest immigration attorneys in the country, and they're winning. They're taking this administration on, and they're winning. So, like I said, I'll be the border guy, but we need the court fight, too, and these people are great in the courtroom.
Yeah. Well, we sure need you back, and that's what we're praying for. Tom Homan, thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for all you do for this great country.
We'll be back.
Yes, thank you. Right. And stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back with a lot more coming right up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Broadcast Row at CPAC 2024. I'm joined by Ben Ferguson, the host of the Ben Ferguson podcast and the co-host of Verdict with Senator Ted Cruz.
Welcome to Ultrio,
Trip Insurance Consultants,
your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio,
these values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome back to Broadcast Row at CPAC 2024. I'm joined by Ben Ferguson, the host of the Ben Ferguson podcast and the co-host of Verdict with Senator Ted Cruz. Ben, thank you for being here.
Good to be here, man. It's like coming back to visit with family. I love this.
It is. I love it. So a year ago when you were here, you talked a lot about the 2024 Republican primary race. You were one of the first to predict Governor Ron DeSantis would run.
Yep.
He obviously did. He has since suspended his campaign. Tell us what you thought about how his campaign in particular was run, how the whole primary unfolded, and what you make of it now.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that took a lot of crap that were in and around his campaign, saying that they ran a bad campaign. I don't think that you could have had the Pope run that campaign and it would have done any better.
Sure.
For two reasons. One, DeSantis is the great candidate as long as Trump's on the ticket. And as soon as Donald Trump got indicted, the Republican Party, and even those that didn't love him necessarily, but like were still Republican, were like, all right, I'm going to get behind him again because he's being politically persecuted. This is BS. And they're indicting him all over the place. And there was no one in this primary that was going to beat Donald Trump because the stars aligned for him to clearly be not just a nominee because he was a former president, but because once Donald Trump got attacked and once the deep state came after him, and once the indictments came in, how absurd they were, and the two tiers of justice with the Biden crime family, comparing it to Donald Trump, there was no one in American politics that was going to beat Donald Trump in the primary. So I kind of feel bad for DeSantis because I think he shot his shot, but he shot his shot at a moment where there was no goal, right? You're just shooting in the air.
Sure.
And so you're not going to score. It's like throwing a pass to an end zone that doesn't exist. And so, unfortunately for him, I think he'll be fine. He's going to be back there focusing on what he's doing in Florida. And look, a lot of people, you can get a second chance. And I think the American people, when Trump is gone, will look at him differently.
So I don't want to get too much into 2028. Obviously, we have 2024.
Yeah, because we got this one in front of us. But go ahead.
So regarding his future potential in the party, obviously he'll be leaving office as governor in 2026. You do feel that in that scenario, a lot could happen until then, but do you think he will likely be someone who the party looks to?
Look, I think he's going to run again.
Sure.
I don't know if he's old news by then. That's part of these presidential news cycles. There's so much coverage 24/7. And look, voters in both parties like something new and fresh. If you don't believe me, look at Barack Obama. If you don't believe me, look at Donald Trump. I mean, no one was looking at Donald Trump. When he came down that escalator, people were like, what's even happening right now? People like a new and fresh product. It's like the new iPhone. You want the new one, right? You know, a new movie comes out. You want to see a new movie. You don't rent the old one. It's just people like new and fresh, and there's candidate fatigue that we see now that we've never seen before because of social media, oversaturation. It's honestly part of what hurt Donald Trump in the last presidential election cycle. He was so overexposed that I think people just got annoyed by seeing Trump everywhere. I think Biden's dealing with that as well right now. And I think it's harder for people to get excited about you when they feel like they see you every single day.
Sure. So you mentioned Joe Biden. It seems like nobody is overly excited about him. We've been.
I don't even think Joe Biden's excited about Joe Biden.
I'm not sure he knows to be honest.
If he's the president or the vice president or a senator. Yeah,
that's it.
I don't think Jill. Have you seen Jill walking around like the old folks home? I don't think she's excited about Joe Biden.
I guess nobody looks all that excited.
Yeah.
But so everyone's been talking almost from the time he came into office in 2021, I should say. There were already chats about will he be the nominee in 2024. Who do you think will be the nominee? At this point, there's so many things that happen where he might be pushed aside, and then it seems like they're running cover for him. Who do you think the nominee will be, or what are your thoughts in general?
Look, I think the Democratic Party right now is trying to offload Joe Biden. I think they see they have a huge problem with electability. I think they can see the cognitive decline. I think seeing that they weren't going to charge him because of his cognitive decline with these documents that he had that were top secret documents, literally saying he's incompetent. Like there's no jury or trial or judge that would say he's mentally sound to stand trial, but he's somehow running the United States of America. That was a knife in the heart of his political future and his campaign. With that being said, you're also dealing with an erratic, stubborn old man, and there's no one worse than telling an old person they're too old to do something, right?
Sure.
I mean, I laugh because I remember going back to when my grandfather, and he dealt with Alzheimer's, when we knew we needed to take his car keys away from him. I mean, it was World War III. Like, he was ready to go to war, and he fought in World War II, so he knew what it was like to fight, and that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a completely irrational older man whose family, I think, is actually taking advantage of him. They need him in office. They need him to get reelected to protect the Biden crime family, and I think they know that if he's not there, that all of them are open up to major issues with the U.S. government and major crimes that they've committed. And so they have to keep this man propped up. I also say this, Democrats just want to win. Fetterman is a great example of that. They knew the guy was incapacitated. They knew at that moment in time he shouldn't be a U.S. senator, but they wanted to win. They weren't going to let a Republican win. So if we get past and I think there's a special date everyone needs to look at, I still think there's a 50% chance, maybe 60% chance that Michelle Obama ends up being the nominee. I think they could replace him at the convention, Democrat convention. She wouldn't really have to run a presidential campaign. You're talking 2 months and some days until Election Day after that. I think she would also be able to say, I'm not going to debate Donald Trump, and no one would criticize her for that in the media, which means it's not a story. And she could basically parachute her in. She's very likable, high numbers of favorability, highest favorability rating of any first lady in our lifetime. And not just that, she would have the best campaigner with her and her husband. She would have the best surrogates that you've ever had in Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, also helping her run. You'd have Michelle Obama. You'd have all of Hollywood. You would have all of these people. And look, Michelle Obama is likable. And that's where I see the Democratic Party going. I said that 6 months ago. And people said, you're crazy. Well, guess what? Now you can bet on Michelle Obama being president of the United States of America and bet on her being the nominee of the Democratic Party in Vegas. So I'm not crazy because now they'll take your money for it.
Well, you have a track record. You were ahead of the curve last year, so no one can dismiss that now. I want to ask, obviously the Obama name has some appeal for that side of the aisle. Do you think the stain of the party, though, sort of makes whoever the nominee is irrelevant? Because whoever the nominee becomes, it is sort of a continuation, at least in the minds of voters, of the Biden administration.
Yeah, but
so do you think
it's not really it's a great question. It's not really a continuation of the Biden administration. We're in the Obama administration third term.
Sure.
The Obama administration officials are running the White House. Joe Biden's not running this White House. There's also the fact that people don't realize that Barack Obama still lives in Washington, D.C., which is really unprecedented for a former president to stay in D.C. They usually go home, right? They get away from it. They let the other guy be president. Barack Obama and all of his team, Anthony Blinken on down, they are all people from his administration who just got elevated. If Michelle Obama was to become president, I don't think anybody would change personnel-wise in the White House because it is Obama's White House right now. It's not Joe Biden's White House.
Very true. So I think at one point, actually, there was, I believe it was 76% of the Biden administration was filled with former Obama administration staffers. So you're spot on. It could be even more at this point. Speaking of the election, though, third parties, we have Jill Stein running, Cornel West, RFK Jr. Obviously, they align more with the left. It's likely that they're going to take more of the Democrat vote than the Republican side of the vote. How big do you think that will be in this election in particular?
I think it's going to play virtually no impact. I really don't. Unless there's a massive influx of money and RFK goes to the right, as a libertarian-esque kind of guy that could hurt Donald Trump a little bit. But I don't think that's what he's going to do because I think he's a really big, hardcore, woke, communist socialist acting like he's not. He's a communist. Go back and look what he said about oil. Go back and look what he said about taxation. Go back and look what he said about public schools. Go back and what he said about the power of the government over the people. Look at what he said over his entire life, not what he said over the last year. RFK is a socialist, communist, Marxist in his own words. Don't believe me. Listen to what he said. I think it's going to be easy to expose him if he did become an issue, but I don't think this is a three-party race that's going to have any impact. I think it's a two-party race right now. It is Biden, Trump, and it could be Michelle Obama, Trump. That's the race. That's the ball game.
So to that point, if you believe he will be exposed as more of a leftist than someone who's trying to pander to the right, do you believe that he would then siphon more votes from the Democrat as opposed to...
So 100%, if we call him out for his BS. Look, I met RFK recently. We spent some time together. I think he's a brilliant politician who knows how to pander, and he's a chameleon. He knows how to change and talk with the moment. But I think in many ways he's a political con artist. And there's been too many moderate to conservatives, to hardcore conservatives have not been saying that because he's saying some things that seem unique. Go look back at what he said about drugs in this country. Go back and look what he said for 30, 35 years, not what he said over the last 10 months, 12 months, 16 months. He is a socialist, communist, Marxist, hardcore liberal, and more conservatives need to tell people what he believes in.
Thank you very much, Ben Ferguson. Thank you for joining us.
Always a pleasure, man. Enjoy the rest of your CPAC.
You as well. We'll be right back. Thank you.
There you go.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, you get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're live here at CPAC, and I'm thrilled to have my next guest with me here right now. That's Chad Wolf, and Chad has played an incredible role in the Trump administration, including acting United States Secretary of Homeland Security. So we're so grateful to have you with us here today, Chad. How's it been?
I appreciate it. It's good to be here.
Excellent. Yeah. So, boy, the border security is on everyone's mind this day, right? People are concerned about what they see happening. It's impacting towns, cities. We see school districts, hospitals, all of it. People are concerned about the number of people dying of fentanyl deaths, and not to mention the child trafficking.
Right.
As a mother and a grandmother, that is so deeply concerning to me. Tell us what you know. What do the numbers look like? What's really happening as we watch this unfold each and every day?
Well, it continues to be a mess, right? We're in year 4 of a historic border crisis. And it seems like everything that the Biden administration does just makes it worse and worse. And so it continues to get more dire month after month after month. And so whether you look at the humanitarian crisis, as you indicated, I mean, you've got migrants dying, you've got Border Patrol agents that are getting attacked. So there's a humanitarian crisis, there's a security crisis also along that border. So whether you look at national security threats or public safety threats, of what's coming across that border in such large numbers, you're unable to vet them and screen them. And so you're just releasing them into the country, which is obviously what the Biden administration is doing. And in doing so, you're enabling the cartels, you're empowering them, and you're giving them more money, right? Because every migrant that crosses that border is paying the cartels for the ability to be trafficked across that border. And so there's more fentanyl, there's more illicit narcotics that are being trafficked because the cartels have more money, more power, more territory, and more weapons than they ever have before because of the policies of this administration. There's a better way to do this.
And you knew that better way. I mean,
we demonstrated that.
Yes, and I want to talk a little bit about the people who are in charge, or so to speak, we think that they're in charge. We don't really know who's running the White House. Certainly Biden seems to be out to lunch and not really putting the American people first, to put it mildly. But I think about Mayorkas and his role, and Kamala Harris and her failed role as border czar. Tell us, from your perspective, do you think it was a good move that the House went to impeach Mayorkas, and where are we at with that?
Look, I think the Secretary has made a number of missteps over the course of almost, or a little over 3 years. And what the House Republicans did is say, there's got to be some accountability to what we see over the last 3 years. And so there's not enforcing the law, which is they're on record as Secretary Mayorkas not enforcing the law, abusing the law, right? The parole system that they have instituted with the CBP1 app and a number of things along that border, we've never seen it abused to the numbers that we see it being abused today. And then lying to the American people in Congress about it, right? We spent 3 years of this administration saying the border's secure, we have operational control, and there's no crisis along the border. Nothing to see here. And I think House Republicans are saying, look, enough is enough. We've given you every opportunity to correct the record, to correct your statements, to go a different direction, put a different strategy in place. I think most Americans would say, look, if something's not working, we take an opposite road. We do the opposite, we take an opposite approach. This administration continues to double down on failed policies and an approach, and it only continues to make the crisis worse.
You know, some people are saying, geez, we have a president who really does want to fundamentally change America, change the fabric of our country, tear down the cultural values that made this country so great. And others are saying, you know, if it's not for the votes, is it to really just tear apart our republic? What do you think is the motive behind this?
Well, I get that question a lot, is why are they doing this? So look, I think there's a variety of ways to answer that, but one is they've designed a border security and immigration enforcement regime that they say reflects American values. But if you look at their values, by the system that they've created, their values are actually out of whack with what most Americans would say, right? One of their values is anyone and everyone who wants to come to the United States should be able to come regardless of whether they have a valid asylum claim or not. Most Americans would not agree with that, right? Anyone and everyone should be shouldn't be removed from the United States, whether they have a legal right to be here or not. Most Americans wouldn't agree with that. And then the final thing is, they often say is that the United States is the only place that you can seek asylum, which is not true. There are many other safe countries in this world. We're the only ones that abuse our border system in the way that we do. Again, most Americans wouldn't agree with that. But if those are your fundamental values, which I believe they are from the Biden administration, they've created a system that reflects those values. And that's why you see the influx of illegal migrants into the country almost daily.
And it really is at the taxpayer expense. I mean, we see the illegals coming over and getting handouts, you know, free schooling, you know, tens of thousands of dollars being handed out. Their meals are paid for, their housing, and so forth. So you can't, if that's what you're offering people, they're going to come in droves. What kind of consequences is this having on the economy, both in the short term and the long term, if we don't reverse things quickly?
Well, sure. I mean, there's a variety of different consequences, right? There's just the amount of taxpayer money that is going towards the processing of migrants coming into the country, the transportation, the housing, the sheltering. I mean, the list goes on, and everything that the department's having to deal with, it's taking their time, energy, and focus off of real other national security and homeland security threats. And then there's the downstream effects. Is what does this type and this level of illegal migration do to communities across the country? So there's the fentanyl issue, right? And so there's a public health issue there, right? But a lot of these children that come across the border, they go into public education systems, right? English is not their first language. And so now you're having to hire more teachers, using public taxpayer dollars, hire more teachers to care for the folks that have come in illegally. And so it just continues to spiral. A lot of these individuals, unfortunately, they don't have health care. So if they get sick, unlike perhaps you and me and others where we go to the doctor, they go to the emergency room for health care. And so what does that do to communities that actually have real needs for those emergency rooms? And the list, public safety, right? Our sheriffs and law enforcement that have to deal with the crime that's associated with this, that their budgets don't go up, but yet they're doing more high-speed chases, they're doing more drug seizures. And so the list goes on and how this impacts American communities across the country, because we're seeing this level of illegality and illegal apprehensions at a level we've never seen before.
What, in your opinion, needs to change now, and what might you see happen under a Trump administration? It looks like he will be our nominee, and he's made a promise to the American people to put Americans first.
Yeah. Well, that's what you need to do, right? You need to design a border security and immigration enforcement regime that says what's best for the American people first and foremost. How do I protect Americans? How do I hold people accountable who knowingly break the law? Each of these individuals that walk across the border, and you've seen the pictures, right? They wade through the river. They know that they are breaking the law. You hold them accountable, because if you don't, then we're not a country of laws at the end of the day, right? If you don't do that. So I think you do a number of things on day one and week one to say that there's a different mentality here at the Department of Homeland Security. We're actually going to start enforcing the law. We're not going to turn a blind eye to it. We're not going to exempt individuals from the law. We're holding everyone accountable. And I think that sends a signal not only to your law enforcement officers, but to the cartels, the smugglers, the traffickers, and others that say, well, maybe now's not the time to continue to push thousands and millions of people, because they're going to just be sent right back to their home countries or to Mexico or somewhere else. You'll start to see the flow diminish. People are not going to pay $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 if they're only going to come across the border and then get sent back home.
Certainly not sustainable. I don't think that, America is so far from where we were even a short decade ago. This is certainly not sustainable. A number one issue is the border. To our AMAC members, over 2 million strong, but so many other issues are impacting Americans today. The list is long. We see that they're going after former president, slapping him with lawsuit after lawsuit. People see that as election interference. We see attacks on our First Amendment right, our freedom of speech, and big tech, really, government monitoring people. Of all of the issues that we're facing, what do you see as some of the really glaring major issues that we've got to fix overnight, quickly?
Yeah, I mean, all of those issues that you just mentioned are at the top of the list, right? The weaponization of law enforcement and of the Department of Justice and the FBI, I think, rates at the top. I think there's a basic sense that most Americans, there's a basic sense of fairness that most Americans inherently know, and what they see from, things that are occurring to the former president versus what's occurring with the current president are completely out of whack. And the targeting of conservative groups and conservative members and Americans, I should say, and others, they know it's not the right thing to do. So weaponization of government, you've got to get the economy back roaring, right? We have an economy that's not working for the American people. You see record high inflation, gas costs more, groceries cost more. The number of jobs and opportunities are not there that we saw during the Trump administration. And so there's a lot that I think are on the minds of the American people. Of course, the border is up there as well. And look, what's happening in Ukraine and Israel, I think, is also very, very important to many Americans, in the sense of, let's secure our own borders. Let's take care of Americans first, right? Novel idea. America's first, right? And then let's help our allies, and then let's show some leadership on the world stage. President Trump was very good about this. A lot of people called him an isolationist and said, oh, well, America first means that you go alone. Well, that's actually not true if you actually studied the Trump administration. What he was very good at is getting other allies and other countries to pay their fair share, whether it was NATO, whether it was a foreign war or anything else. Is America alone is not the world's policeman, right?
Yes.
We will do our share, but we expect others to pick up as well. And you saw that during the Trump administration. You're not seeing that right now with Ukraine. The far share of money is coming from the United States. And I think most Americans are, they're having a hard time paying their mortgage or their rent, their car note, paying for food. And they see millions and billions going to Ukraine, and they're just saying, while the border is completely unsecure, and they're saying our priorities are out of whack.
Priorities are out of whack, and this is a war that many of our members believe never would have unfolded if a Donald Trump, who really exercised peace through strength, was in office. So we're praying for that return. Tell me about hope for the future and where you see America a year from now. Do you think that conservatives have a real shot at getting rid of some of these bad actors that are tearing down our country?
Yeah, I think it is. Look, the best is yet to come, and I know a lot of people say that, but I think you've got to continue, as I say, to be on the playing field. And so your listeners and everyone else, everyone who's frustrated about the direction of our country, you've got to stay involved. You've got to, however you do that, whether it's in elections or it's policy or it's talking to your neighbors or wherever else, you have to stay involved, because what the left wants us to do, they want to make it very hard, and they'll call us all sorts of names, and they want to make it very hard for us to stay engaged.
They sure do.
Because staying engaged is how you make change. And so whether you serve in government or you serve on your local school board, you're a mayor, you're a city councilman, you need to stay engaged, because that's how change comes about.
That's right.
Change does not come about by sitting on the couch, watching television, saying, I'm upset, and then 15 minutes turning it off and going and doing something else.
Yeah.
You got to be engaged, because that's where the change is going to come from.
Sure does. And I think that's the only thing necessary for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing.
Right.
So we need for folks that are listening to get involved, and people can do that through AMAC Action. Chad, before you run, tell our listeners what you're up to these days and how they might be able to tap into what you're sharing, maybe your Twitter handle, X handle, just so people can tap in and learn a little bit more about.
So I'm the executive director over at the America First Policy Institute.
Oh, we love that organization.
Yeah, so we're about 2.5 years
fabulous.
old, and what we saw was at the end of the Trump administration, the policies over those 4 years brought not only prosperity but security to the American people, all walks of life. And we said, look, this can't end. And so we took a lot of those policies and built them into the America First Policy Institute. And so we have 17 different policy centers that are doing healthcare policy, national security, education, and everything else.
Getting out the vote.
And everything else.
I love the election integrity
And we have
effort.
election integrity, and we have America First Works, which is our C4, that can be a little bit more proactive come election time. And so we're doing a lot of great work there. So I'd encourage you folks, AmericaFirstPolicy.com. You can find myself and a lot of my colleagues there.
Well, keep up the great work. We so appreciate it. You're a true hero. Thank you so much for joining me on the
thanks
show.
for having
and
me.
Hope to have you
Great.
back again.
All right, thank you.
For all of you listening, we'll be right back in a few short moments. Hey, thank you.
Yeah, that was good.
Does social engineering from leftist corporations make you feel like we're living in the Twilight Zone? If so, you're not alone, and that's why we're proud to stand behind a wireless company who stands behind your values. I'm talking about Pure Talk, an AMAC-supported wireless company on the nation's largest 5G at half the cost of the big three. So I challenge you to stand with a company who champions your values. Those of you who have always had your neighbor's back, you've pulled yourself up by your own bootstraps, and you still believe that the flag stands for freedom. It's time to join the masses who have fled their old wireless companies for something better. Pure Talk. Pure Talk gives you phenomenal coverage on America's most dependable 5G network for half the price of the other guys, with unlimited plans starting at just $20 a month. The average family saves almost $1,000 a year. And as an exclusive AMAC partner, Pure Talk will give you 3 years free on your AMAC subscription. Just dial 844-8-PURE-TALK and mention AMAC Podcast to make the switch. That's 844-8-PURE-TALK, and make sure to mention AMAC Podcast to get 3 years free on your AMAC subscription.
We are proud to have First Fidelity Reserve as our official bullion and rare coin partner, as they have supported AMAC for over a decade. They are offering our members a free copy of their award-winning Precious Metals Guide to make investing in gold and silver safe and easy for you. Over the past 4 presidential election cycles, gold has trended upward, and this year looks to be the same, as experts estimate gold will gain 25% in 2024. So, don't miss out on $2,500 gold. Call First Fidelity Reserve, 800-336-1630. That's 800-336-1630, and get your free 38-page Precious Metals Guide today.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
It is my great pleasure today at CPAC to be able to introduce John Tillman, who is the president and CEO of the American Culture Project, which is doing things that are starting in one place and radiating out across the country, particularly in support of free market ideas. John, welcome.
Robert, thanks for having me here. I'm glad to be on.
Well, I want to just start, there's so many things we could talk about, and you've already made such a huge difference in recent years about in the way in which our economy is being freed up, and you're pushing a lot of these strong right ideas. But let's start with just the foundation and how you began doing this and what motivated you to keep pushing forward on free market ideas.
Well, I spent most of my life as an entrepreneur up through my mid-40s. I sold a business in my mid-40s, and I lived the life of an entrepreneur. And had my struggles, almost went out of business a couple times, and then eventually recovered from that and did very well. And I was always interested, this was in the 90s, at how entrepreneurs these days seem to be vilified. And everybody loves the entrepreneur that's in their basement, mortgage to the hilt, wondering if they're going to make their next payroll. They're the heroes. But God forbid you succeed, start employing tens of thousands of people, make it to the penthouse and having a private jet. Now you're the enemy of the people not paying your fair share. And I always thought that was ridiculous, because every single aspect of every one of our life, every tangible product in your house, every piece of clothing you put on, every piece of furniture you sit on, every food you bite was created in some point back in the system by an entrepreneur who started a business to benefit other people. And I want to get involved and tell that story.
So what an interesting idea, and it reminds us that the government really doesn't make anything. It's all done on the private sector side. As you see it today, and you look at our economy struggling against a lot of high taxes, over-regulation, sometimes vilifying the private sector, what do you think are the big challenges that we all ought to be focused on right now?
Well, I think we need to be focused on political accountability and holding your local state rep, your local town councilman, your local library board person every bit as much as a House of Representatives member or a senator at the U.S. Senator or the president. We have to hold our government accountable at every step of the way, and the American people, frankly, have to become ever more engaged. AMAC has an incredibly engaged 2 million plus group of members that put out emails and really make a difference, and we need more of that. We need all those AMAC members to get their grandchildren to be just as enthused about controlling their government, making them accountable.
Well, you're absolutely right. So let me take a slight turn here and talk a little bit. You really have mastered communications in many ways when it comes to trying to get these messages out to the American people, and often to not preaching to the choir, but bringing people in who might either be predisposed against believing in free markets, or maybe they don't even understand free markets. What do you think we could do better on the state level, at the national level, in general, as we communicate with neighbors? What do we do to get this message out in a more agreeable or a persuasive way?
I think about persuasion in the public policy arena, ironically, is a little bit like falling in love. The best way to fall in love is you're at dinner, you have this person across from you you're interested in. Don't talk at them. Ask them lots of questions about how they're feeling. What are they interested in? Why do they think that way? If we did that more in politics, where we tried to understand the persuadable, particularly the people that are not with us but are gettable, ask them how they feel. Why do they feel that way? How did you come to that belief? And then slowly, in language that is consumable to them, share our ideas and try to bring them along in a friendly way. Too much, I think, often on the right, we're so deeply, our ideas are so deeply embedded in our belief system that we want to kind of lecture and harangue, and we need less of that. Nobody likes that. What we have to do is listen, ask questions, be curious about how come people feel the way they do, and then be responsive to that in a consumable way.
So what a brilliant and really very timely message. You know, a lot of times I think we are all tired of being lectured, even when we know that the lecturer is right. You know, we don't want to hear it. I wonder what degree, and maybe there is and maybe there isn't, is there room? We all have life stories that we have experienced. You've had a number of them that represent success in the idea of believing in yourself, the American dream, investing in yourself, not giving up, all these principles that we kind of get taught. I can remember coming from my grandparents. To what extent should the stories be told? Can we persuade people by just talking truth through stories?
That's the number one thing we should actually be doing. When I gave a speech in 2011, it was on the subject of storytelling. And more importantly, the way I like to put it is, who should be the hero of the story? The hero of the story is average Americans who are experiencing the results of policy. Policy either makes people's lives better or worse. And I'll give you a quick example. People on the right always want to talk about we got to unleash fracking. We have to have more domestic development for energy independence, all of which is good and well. But the way we need to tell the story is the woman I saw drive up to the gas pumps while I was pumping gas. She was on the other side. She pulls up, her adult son gets out. He takes 4 steps to go prepay. Now think about most of the people listening. They're not prepaying. They're putting their credit card in. They're going to fill that tank up no matter how high gas costs are. We're talking about this woman who's struggling. And she walks up to the pump, and her son turns and looks at her and says, "Mom, how much?" And I watched her stand there, and she was making calculations in her head, and she looked at him, she goes, "Let's do 20. That's how we have to talk about energy cost, energy prices, and inflation. That woman at the gas pump who can't fill her tank up. That's how we have to tell the story.
What a brilliant, again, stories to me, I really believe in storytelling because honestly for myself, it's the stories that were told to me most recently and far away that I remember most vividly. I don't remember most of the college lectures or any of the other things that got said to me.
But you probably remember a few stories told you in the dorm room over a couple of beers.
Absolutely, absolutely. I remember those vividly. So, I wonder too about this idea of persuasion. Is there something to be said for the idea that some of these are self-executing things? If we can only get people to understand the role of free markets in their own life or culture in their own life, that cultural choices or conscience or compass, is it a lot about sort of helping people recognize how this all resonates in their own world?
I would say that's the first step, but that is definitely not a self-executing, leave it there to have happen. One of the challenges is that we have opposition, and that opposition has a seductive argument. Their seductive argument is that, especially with their focus on group identity politics, if you're black, if you're brown, if you're white, and maybe gay or too fat, too skinny, too tall, whatever the particular group identity they want to give you, whatever calamity is happening in your life is not your fault. You're a victim. It's the problem of too much freedom, too much individuality. The founding principles are flawed, and only the government can come in and fix it and create equity and fairness. If you're struggling, that's very, very seductive. We have to talk about the other side of the coin, which is hope, aspiration, creativity, and the desire to build and work with other people. That's actually our secret antidote, because the natural human condition is also to build, and that is the antidote to the idea of dependence and grievance.
So I thoroughly agree with that. Let me ask you in the last 30 seconds here, talk a little bit about how we regain the commanding heights of cultural, I guess, rightness.
Well, my thing is I'm trying to convince investors in our movement and in businesses to invest upstream of where ideas are actually formed. Part of the problem is we are always reacting once ideas are already formed and settled, and we're trying to get people, when they're not persuadable anymore on a given issue. We've got to move upstream where ideas are being developed and shaped, whether it's an adult AMAC member or whether it's a child in school, a college student, people in their 30s and 40s. We've got to build channels of communication to reach people when ideas are first emerging with our proactive messaging to counteract what the left is doing.
I can't thank you enough. John Tillman, a really inspirational, forward-looking, and positive message. And
Thanks for having me, Robert. I really appreciate it.
We're really grateful to you. Good luck, and we'll keep talking.
Sounds good.
All right.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, you get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division. Are you planning a trip soon? Whether you're heading out for a relaxing vacation or an exciting adventure, travel insurance can provide peace of mind and protect you from unexpected events. Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division is a family-owned and operated company with over 60 years of experience. Call us old-fashioned, but we believe you should talk to a real person when you need help. Whether you are seeking a quote, have made a purchase, or need help filing a claim, you'll always be helped by a licensed, experienced, in-house insurance agent who is familiar with your policy and treats you like the cherished customer you are. Our staff of highly qualified travel insurance agents is here to help you find coverage that best fits your needs and is available for you before, during, and after your trip if help is needed. Benefits you can include in your coverage include trip cancellation, medical expense, medical evacuation, hurricane and weather coverage, missed connection, delayed baggage, and non-medical emergency evacuation. At Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division, we value you and are here to ensure that you and your trip investment are protected.
Welcome back to CPAC 2024. This is the AMAC Better for America podcast. Andy Mangione, your host. I want to welcome to the program the Policy Director for the American Principles Project, John Schweppe. John, thanks for taking time on Broadcast Row today.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
Now, we're your first interview, aren't we?
Yes, actually. This
Oh my
is
God,
it. This
I
is
was
it.
kidding.
Very
All right.
exciting.
Okay, all right, that's great. Well, you are involved with a lot of issues that are that mirror some of the things that we're doing here at AMAC Action and some of the issues that matter to our members, including financial issues. For our audience, why don't you give a brief introduction of the American Principles Project? Tell me what you're working on.
Yeah, so American Principles Project, we were founded back in 2009, and we've really become the NRA for families. That's what we bill ourselves as. So we have a C3, a C4, and a Super PAC. We're engaging in campaigns and elections. And, part of the fun of getting involved in elections is that people actually start to care what you have to say about issues.
Yeah.
And so we've been able to have a lot of effect on some of these social conservative issues, on the transgender fight, on the porn fight, and even some of these economic issues like the tax issue.
No, we found ourselves, now we're a member-driven organization. I've been saying that throughout the day today. Our members are concerned about what their kids are being taught in school, their grandchildren, what they're being taught in school, including CRT issues, and they're very concerned about the transgender issue. As a matter of fact, we held a boot camp for boomers last month in January and heard some striking testimony from a woman whose daughter was transitioned or begun to transition without her knowledge at a school. And it's of importance to our members. How are you engaged on that issue?
Well, it's horrifying, right? And we're hearing these stories all the time. You know, we work with detransitioners, for example. Some of these people have been victimized by the transgender industry and exploited, and you know now they're stuck, you know, with butchered bodies, frankly. And so, you know, our big thing has been focusing on the states trying to get legislation passed to prohibit these practices, to protect kids, to give parents authority over what's being taught in schools, and then also working at the federal level, you know, trying to convince our Republicans who, you know, they're usually pretty slow to the party on some of this stuff, but they're learning and trying to get them to understand that these issues are important and we got to press our advantage here.
We're very active in the states as well as representing our 2.1 million members in the halls of Congress, but a lot of activity. People seem to forget that each state is a little laboratory of democracy.
That's right, yeah.
You know, and as the states goes, as how the country goes.
No, that we talk with legislators all the time. Legislators are really the next step up from activists, right? If you're an activist and you want to run for office, you should go run for state legislator. And then you get these folks in there who really want to make a difference and make their state better. Once you get to Congress, you start to have a lot of special interests and stuff like that. That makes it a little tougher. But, you know, states are what's really started this party, and we're seeing that on other issues too. And so you got to continue to press there. And if you can have, you know, an advantage, a political advantage in your state, it makes a big difference.
John, do you lobby at the state level? Do you come with sample legislation? Are you doing all of the above?
A little bit of both. You know, some states you have to register to lobby and do all that, so we do what we have to do. But yeah, so on, for example, the protecting kids online issue, age verification. We've written legislation. We've worked with legislators on introducing that in the states. We do what we can, you know, where we best fit. Sometimes on some of these issues, you have groups that have done a good job already. We don't need to duplicate their efforts. So we try to find where the fight is and go do it.
I want to zero in on protecting kids online. That dovetails with the pornography issue.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing, you know, at the federal level, you have like the Kids Online Safety Act, which people have talked about maybe passing, but at the state level, again, they're taking the lead, right? We have 8 states that have passed bills that require age verification from porn sites to be able to access, and you're actually seeing some of these sites like Pornhub leaving the state because they don't want to deal with the regulation. And this year, I think we're going to get to something like 20 states that pass that. So
that's great.
Legislators, you know, really lead the way.
You know, and it's funny, if you just, you know, pornography is just such a, it's a scourge.
Yeah.
Okay, and in the internet age, it finds you. You don't have to find it.
No, that's right.
Okay, and I remember just a brief story. Googling how to build a Pinewood Derby car when my boys were Cub Scouts, and a porn site popped up.
Yeah.
Boom, just like that. So the work that you're doing there, you're looking at blocking these types of sites in addition to age verification. So it's something ideally would have popped up saying you must be 18 years old, or there's something that's got teeth to it to prevent minors from accessing this.
No, it would require, let's say Pornhub, for example, they would have to basically verify your age. So they could do an ID system, they could do biometrics. There's lots of different ways they could do it, but it is a requirement. It's not just clicking a button. And you know, what really drove us on this, there's a study that came out. The average age of first exposure to pornography online now is 11 years old,
right.
You know, and so that's really where we're at. We want to protect our kids and hopefully, you know, put them in a position where they can be good adults.
How long have you been engaged on this particular issue?
We started on the pornography issue back in 2019, and back then everyone said it was a First Amendment issue and there's nothing we can do. So we've really seen a lot of movement, and I'm pretty excited for where this goes.
20 states later.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's great. Now, you're also involved in some tax issues, right? And we, you know, our late founder likes, we are a conservative organization, and that's what differentiates us from the other guys. We tell you exactly who we are, what issues we advocate on, and are put into our portfolio by our members, and, you know, a small, unobtrusive government, okay, and low taxes, all right? Just, you know, get the federal government and government in general out of my wallet. What issues are you engaged in with regard to taxes? And I have to presume that we're looking at the lower taxes, the better.
Yeah, definitely, especially for families. You know, we recognize with inflation right now, food prices are skyrocketing. You know, families need relief now more than ever. But, you know, we look back at what President Trump was able to accomplish in his first term with his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and that was a very good bill. And one of the big features of it was increasing the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000. Right. And so what's going on right now is that bill had a lot of expirations, right? Some of the best provisions are expiring the next couple of years. And so we wanted to make sure that Congress gets out there and extends those. And so we've been working with the House and the Senate on this. The House recently passed a bill that would extend the child tax credit, that would extend some of these other things like R&D tax credits, which is important for American business. And we think it's really good legislation. So we're hopeful that the Senate will take it up and get this done.
Right. Hopefully, it's a big pull during an election year, but the fact that you're moving the ball down the field on this is very encouraging.
Yeah, and I think both Republicans and Democrats understand, families really need this credit right now.
Right.
To have the government come down and impose high taxes at a time like this when people are really struggling to put food on the table, struggling to pay, their mortgages, I think it's really important that we get this done.
Absolutely. So you're finding some bipartisan support on a tax issue?
Yes, it passed out of the House pretty, it was a very large majority. Jason Smith on the House Ways and Means Committee did a great job putting together a package that everybody could get behind. And so now in the Senate, it's kind of, as things are in the Senate, it's slow moving. But
it's cooling off.
But we're hoping that the support is still there and we'll be able to get 60 votes.
Can just everyday people engage in what you're doing? Do you enable them to do so?
Yeah, we have a petition at our website on this tax issue. There's lots of different ways you can engage, but what I would encourage people to do is to call their member, both on the House side and on the Senate side, and just let them know, hey, we really liked this part of the Trump tax bill. And, if you have 3 kids and they're talking about this potentially expiring, you're losing out on what, $6,000 in credits. So you really need to have that.
I was in a member of Congress office, and he said, "You want to get my attention? Flood my switchboard with telephone calls."
That's right.
And we find that we engage our members on a regular basis. We do a lot of email, we do some phone calling, but it really does, citizen advocacy, this is what it's all about. And it's nice to know that you help facilitate that type of advocacy.
Oh, in the past, we've done this, especially on the House side, it works really effectively. If a member gets, say, 200 calls from his district about an issue, it's going to affect how he votes. Absolutely, and so that's what you got to do. And, I think ever since the Tea Party, I think conservatives have really understood you got to engage the process, you got to get out there. And on this issue, I think this would be a good one for them to call their members and tell them what they think.
Are there any new issues on the horizon that your organization is going to be undertaking?
Well, I just look to this porn issue as a really big one because I think people just don't really think it's something that we can actually do, but it's definitely a big one. And then I'll tell you, watching what the Biden administration is doing on so many of these issues, it went after parents at DOJ, they're going after parents at HHS and trying to, basically require you to do transgender stuff on your kid. But we're even seeing the Department of Education now going after Christian colleges, really trying to persecute them and protect the market for higher education so they continue their indoctrination system. And so I think we got to continue to hold Biden's administration accountable. I know he's asleep at the wheel, like literally, but his people aren't. And they're doing everything they can over the next few months to damage this country. And so before Trump gets in there, which I think we all hope will happen, we got to make sure we're doing everything we can to stop the madness.
So it's pretty nonstop for you on the state and the federal level.
I will tell you, especially as we've grown, we are just constantly on every issue. And, you try to do as much as you possibly can on everything, but, everything is so important, right? And it comes down to it. This election, I know everyone always says it, but this really is like one of the most important elections of our lifetime. We got to get it right.
We do hear this rhetoric every 4 years, but this year, it's true.
Yeah.
It is the most significant and impactful election in all of our lives.
Absolutely.
And it's important that the good guys win. So if people want to, do you put out information that people who aren't as knee-deep, we're knee-deep in these issues, so we know them, but people that may be watching this podcast and want to get involved and learn more about the kind of work you're doing, do you put out information for them?
Well, we're not as good as you guys at the alerts. I can tell you that because I've heard all about AMAC alerts and they're pretty effective. But we have our website, AmericanPrinciplesProject.org. You can sign up to get on our mailing list. We love to tell our folks, what we're doing and where we're active. And work with us. If you're an activist in one of these states and say you think that your legislature should pass age verification, call us up. We'll work with you. We'll try to get this done, and hopefully we can do it.
Are you in coalition with other groups then?
Oh, absolutely. We've actually found even, the Heritage Foundation, Family Research Council, Concerned Women for America, all these groups we work with. And I know American Principles Project might not be a household name, but a lot of folks know who we are out here, and we're doing everything we can to have an impact.
That's awesome. Listen, I appreciate your time, John. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
And why don't you give that website one more time?
It is www.americanprinciplesproject.org.
Thank you very much, John.
Hey, thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
We'll be back live at CPAC 2024 with many more interviews and much more information very soon.
Does social engineering from leftist corporations make you feel like we're living in the Twilight Zone? If so, you're not alone, and that's why we're proud to stand behind a wireless company who stands behind your values. I'm talking about Pure Talk, an AMAC-supported wireless company on the nation's largest 5G at half the cost of the big three. So I challenge you to stand with a company who champions your values. Those of you who have always had your neighbor's back, you've pulled yourself up by your own bootstraps, and you still believe that the flag stands for freedom. It's time to join the masses who have fled their old wireless companies for something better. Pure Talk. Pure Talk gives you phenomenal coverage on America's most dependable 5G network for half the price of the other guys, with unlimited plans starting at just $20 a month. The average family saves almost $1,000 a year. And as an exclusive AMAC partner, Pure Talk will give you 3 years free on your AMAC subscription. Just dial 844-8-PURE-TALK and mention AMAC Podcast to make the switch. That's 844-8-PURE-TALK, and make sure to mention AMAC Podcast to get 3 years free on your AMAC subscription.
We are proud to have First Fidelity Reserve as our official bullion and rare coin partner, as they have supported AMAC for over a decade. They are offering our members a free copy of their award-winning Precious Metals Guide to make investing in gold and silver safe and easy for you. Over the past 4 presidential election cycles, gold has trended upward, and this year looks to be the same, as experts estimate gold will gain 25% in 2024. So, don't miss out on $2,500 gold. Call First Fidelity Reserve, 800-336-1630. That's 800-336-1630, and get your free 38-page Precious Metals Guide today.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers. The very freedoms secured by our Constitution are being threatened by the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. Stand with over 2 million America-loving patriots by joining AMAC today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. You're watching Better for America, sponsored by AMAC. I'm thrilled to have with me Tim Stewart. Tim Stewart is the CEO of the U.S. Oil and Gas Association. Tim, great to have you here with me today.
It's great to be with you. This is always a great event, isn't it?
I love CPAC. It really is a great event. We've got so many amazing people that have been coming by the booth, and you can feel that people are really excited about 2024 and the hope that the future brings. This is a time for change.
Absolutely. From the oil and gas industry's perspective, we need a change, desperately need a change, to be honest with you. We've been living through probably the most difficult regulatory environment the industry's ever had in my 30 years certainly, but ever probably. So we're hopeful for a change coming forward in 2024. We'd like to get back to normal, which was the prior administration, to be honest with you.
Well, that's just it. Our members are real smart. They recognize that under Donald Trump, that America was energy independent, and it was looking good. People say we have gold right underneath our feet. And people scratch their heads. It makes no sense that we have a president today who does not want to really get us back to where or improve things, and Americans are paying for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's impacting everyday Americans. And I want to talk a little bit about how energy impacts really poverty across the globe and how important it is. Speak to that a little bit if you could, and why it is so important that countries really recognize what needs to be done.
The United States is the world's only energy superpower. We are number 1 in oil and gas production. We're number 2 in renewables and nuclear. We have everything. We really are the superpower. And ironically, over the last 3 years, there's a new term that has emerged called energy poverty, which is that Americans, the land of abundance, the land of plenty, somehow there are people who can't afford energy for whatever reason. And that is because primarily the administration has taken 175 to 200 individual actions designed to reduce the amount of oil and gas that is produced in the United States and reduce its consumption. And so that's everything from the Keystone XL pipeline to gas stove regulations and EV mandates and everything in between. What that has done is that has caused prices and scarcity to begin to impact moderate and low-income families unlike any other time in our history. It is sad that we're living in a period where there's so much energy and yet so much energy poverty, and that is self-induced. The administration has intentionally created energy scarcity with an intent to force people to switch the type of fuel they use, and the result of that is we're all a lot poorer because of it, and it shouldn't be this way.
Now, the reason they say that they're forcing change, this kind of change, which is really bad for Americans, is all in the name of climate change.
Right.
Can you speak a little bit to that? Because we understand that, can't believe everything you read, and we've got to understand the truth. How much truth is tied to that claim that, we've got to go electric vehicle all around in order to save the climate?
So to save the climate, you have to have more of all of the above. That is the bottom line. The United States, we lead the world in emissions and global in CO2. In the reduction of CO2 emissions. That is because we have replaced a number of our coal plants with natural gas. Natural gas, ironically, not renewables, is responsible for our dramatic reduction in CO2 emissions. We need more of that. But we also need reliability, which means at some point you're going to need coal and nuclear and natural gas to provide the power when the wind and the sun aren't doing their job. You cannot have an energy system that is dependent upon the weather. But that's where they're pushing in the name of climate change. For them, it is not just policy. It's a religious dogma at this point. I think we're all coming around to that this is a religion to them. And as I mentioned earlier, for us to adopt their religion, we have to accept and take a leap of faith. And a lot of us aren't ready for that just yet. But the reality is those who control the purse strings, those who control the policy, are forcing us to accept a religion that a lot of us are not yet converted to.
And that's exactly what it is. It seems like a real ideology that's infesting all areas, all facets of our country. I have a couple of questions from AMAC members, many of them listening today. They're asking, what are some of the most pressing adjustments that are needed to fix the issues within the energy sector right here at home?
So our problem is we are continually over-regulated. The reality is it makes good sense for us to be strong environmental stewards. We have to be able to portray that to our consumers. We've got to be able to portray that to our investors, that we're doing the right thing. And yet the government now is in this process of regulating the regulations upon the regulations. And so we're 3 and 4 levels deep in the regulation that accomplishes the same thing. That is our biggest problem. Those were the good old days of the Trump administration and the Bush administration prior. There was this attempt to go to the tapestry of regulations, state and federal, everything, and start to pull out the ones that don't really matter or that are duplicative. If I were to go do an oil and gas project in Utah or Colorado today, I have to comply with 127 different federal and state regulations just to get started. That's how closely regulated we are. That's why we are so clean at what we do. And yet it makes no sense to take 127 regulations and add another 34 on top of that or 175 on top of that. It doesn't make sense to do that.
Certainly doesn't, and I think most people see that for what it is. Another question from the AMAC member, Mary. She says, in light of the Biden administration's focus on environmental regulations, how do you see these regulations shaping the future of oil and gas exploration and production, and can they be undone with a conservative leader?
That is a great question. I'm really glad she asked that. It's important to know that the president only controls about 20% of the overall federal oil and gas assets in the United States. That's the federal lands and waters. But when you essentially shut off all access or future access to that, the capital investment has to go somewhere else. But at the same time you're shutting that off, you're essentially cutting off 20% of your potential revenues. And why would any business do that? That makes no sense at all. If you were a CEO and came in and said, you know what, I'm gonna force a mandate that we lose 20% of our future revenues going forward and re-elect me or reappoint me, nobody would do that. And yet that's what the Biden administration has done. For us to get back to where we were, we're not asking for free reign. We're just asking to let us follow the existing regulations, and we will do that, and we can produce energy off of the federal lands.
Very good. Now, globally, how should American energy industry respond to this global push? Because we do see this global push, and coming from many countries that are very dirty and not really. They're not nearly as regulated as we are. How should we be positioning ourselves?
That is an excellent point too. The oil and gas that's produced in the United States is done in the most clean environmental way in the world. We're the world's leader. This is how it is.
Yes.
So if you're going to use oil and gas, you want it produced here because it's so clean, environmentally responsive. Petroleum has always been a global commodity. It's easy to move around, and it is everywhere. The interesting thing that's happened is natural gas was never a global commodity until just about 15 or 20 years ago when the United States learned how to export LNG, and we were able to tap into that world market. We now offer stability, and we now offer reliability to our allies across the world. A good example is LNG, and our agreement with, say, Japan, for example. We're on one hand, we're saying to the Japanese, help us be a counterweight to the Chinese expansion, and we'll support you economically. But if you go 2 weeks later, the administration says, and by the way, the LNG that we promised you, we're not going to permit that anymore. Japan says, well, wait a minute, that was our agreement, so we have to go somewhere else. We'll go to the Middle East to get it. We'll go somewhere else, and that natural gas isn't produced in a clean way like we do it. It's now a global commodity, and so the United States as a swing producer plays a very pivotal role in global stability in the energy market.
Really good stuff. Tim, tell us a little bit about the association, the U.S. Oil and Gas Association, and the impact that that's having.
Well, I hope we're having an impact, but my association is made up primarily of the smaller privately held oil and gas companies, the family companies. We're small businesses. But we also produce an awful lot of energy. Some of our companies that you would never heard of will find themselves ranked in the top 5 or top 10 of U.S. oil producers. Odds are if there's a name on an engineering building somewhere at a university in Texas, it's probably one of my members or their grandfathers who've been there. We punch well above our weight class in terms of production and advocacy. So my board has been really good to me, say, look, you need to say what needs to be said, and I'm trying to do that. So it's great to talk to you about things like that.
Well, we so appreciate you joining us here. Tell me what you've got planned for CPAC. Will you be speaking at any of the events here?
We covered a panel this afternoon.
Fabulous.
It was great, I'm going to wander around here and soak it all in. It's a pretty neat environment here. So.
It sure is. Tim, thank you again for being here with us today, and keep up the great work that you're doing. God bless you.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
We'll be right back with some more folks.
Hi. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
We are at Broadcast Row CPAC 2024. I'm here with Blake Marnell, Suitman, and Rally. What was the term used?
Well, Rally Fixture, Brick Suit, that's what people know me as.
Rally Fixture. So he follows President Trump to almost all of his rallies. We're here to talk about his experience today. What do you have in plan after today?
Well, I had planned to come here for all 3 days of CPAC, and then when I found President Trump was going to be here on Saturday, I was very happy about that. But then last week, he announced a rally tomorrow that's going to be in South Carolina. I looked at the map. It's only 6 hours away from here. So I think that when I'm done with today, I'm going to go to the car, I'm going to dip out of CPAC for tomorrow, I'm going to go to the rally because If I CPAC rally, no, I got to go to the rally. So that's where I'm going to head.
That's fair. So I just heard you mention you have multiple brick suits. This is not your only suit.
Correct.
Tell us about what goes into that decision and what ones you wear depending on the event you go to.
Well, the rally suit is the one that's been worn the most. It's a little bit rougher around the edges, let's put it that way. So it's more suited for being outdoors and a rough environment. Sure. Right? Then there's the convention suit, which is what I've got on today. It looks a little bit better up close. Still had a little bit of wear. And then beyond that is the Mar-a-Lago suit, which also is the designated survivor suit because I don't even store it at my house. So if an asteroid falls on my house, I still have one suit left. So that one is the one that's more pristine of all three, and that's the one you wear to really special occasions.
In a hypothetical future President Trump inauguration, will you have a special one, a new one, or will it be the Mar-a-Lago one?
You know, for inauguration, I might wear the rally suit. I might just go off the board and wear the one that's the most tattered just because it would be like that had been to the most places along the way.
So tell us about the first time he brought you on stage. Were you completely shocked? Did you have any idea that might be happening and what was going through your mind?
No idea at all. The first time I had bought the suit because I was going into D.C. and I had a couple of extra days in D.C. with a vacation with my father. And I wanted to wear something besides, I had the Make America Great Again hat already. And this is back in 2019, and I wanted to wear something to trigger the leftists in D.C. So I go, what can I get besides a hat? And I came up with the idea of a wall suit. So I bought this. I'm all ready to come here. My dad and I were doing a little vacation up in Pennsylvania. And then the day before I left San Diego, President Trump announced a rally in Montoursville, Pennsylvania. And I already had the suit, and I had the hat, and it was 120 miles away from where my dad and I were ending up on our convention. And so I said, Dad, I got to go to that rally. That was the third rally I'd been to. So I knew about what time to get there to be near the front, and I got up in the front of the line, and that was the first day President Trump called me up, totally out of the blue, never expected it. I thought I might get like a thumbs up or something like that, great suit, but he called me up on stage. And ever since then, for obvious reasons, I've been brick suit. Certainly there's going to be a time when President Trump is no longer doing rallies. I hope that's far into the future. But I hope that the idea of a populist American politician doing the type of events that President Trump has made, his signature, really the type of retail politics where he can go anywhere and relate to the actual voters is what I would like to see more of. Less of the scripted events, less, and I think we saw that in Ron DeSantis. When he was doing his speeches as governor in Florida, I think he performed better than when he was trying to be off the cuff his version of a natural guy where he was campaigning. And I think that the ability to relate to the public directly is a skill I'd like to see more candidates have in the future.
I think we'd all agree. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Care.
Hello, everyone. Incredible day at CPAC today. Andy, what a show.
I think it's historic. I don't think we've ever done this volume of interviews on day one. We've never had a set like this. The equipment is wonderful. The content was great. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Oh boy, it was such an incredible day. We had over 20 incredible people speaking to you, me, Bobby Charles, Matt Cain. The entire AMAC crew is here. Things are really cooking at CPAC. What was a special highlight for you today of the handful of people that you interviewed? Actually more than a handful, Andy. You had dozens of people that you sat with. Who really stood out?
I love talking to the candidates for Congress. I sat with a brigadier general, retired brigadier general from the Air Force, who's put 40 years in service to this nation. And instead of retiring with probably a very nice pension that he certainly earned and deserved, he threw his hat in the ring to run for Congress in West Virginia. So he went literally from a nice, relaxing retirement into the fire of a campaign, and he just looked at it with humility. He looked at it and said, this is just another mission, and I intend to win it.
That's terrific.
It was inspirational.
It really is, and that's what we need more of, and that's what we see here at CPAC. I tell you, we had a lot of great people that had so much knowledge on what's happening at the southern border. Tom Homan, very insightful, just a real hero. And Penny Nance Young, who's doing so much for women, protecting women's sports and life in the womb, protecting life from conception to natural death. So important that we continue to stand up for those great values that make this country great. But I'm excited for tomorrow. I know we have a great lineup. We'll be back with all of you bright and early at 9 a.m. sharp.
Looking forward to it, Reb.
Yeah, so for all of you out there listening, thank you for tuning in. Please be sure to tell your friends and family all about AMAC. Like and share this podcast so that more people know about us, because we do get censored on mainstream media outlets all the time. Coming back to you tomorrow live from CPAC. We look forward to seeing you then.
See you then.
Have a great night, everyone.
God, family, country. As Americans, we are bound by a unique set of values and principles that have shaped our country since its inception. These values are the cornerstone of what makes America great. At HSP Direct, we stand firm in our commitment to conservative values and the American way of life. Through direct marketing fundraising, we partner with conservative groups like AMAC to tell their unique story and effectively reach a generous and captivated audience. In a political landscape where the left outspends us, every dollar counts. But at HSP Direct, we're not just fighting back, we are winning. Join us in making a difference for the future of our country. Choose HSP Direct for all your fundraising needs. Because together, we can build a brighter future for America. Find out more about how we can take your fundraising to the next level at hspdirect.com.
Welcome to Ultrio, your 3-in-1 healthcare solution where access, convenience, and affordability come together. With Ultrio, you get immediate 24/7 access to virtual primary care, affordable prescription benefits, and medical cost sharing for protection against large, unexpected medical costs. This isn't cookie-cutter healthcare. It's truly affordable care that's there when you need it, saving you money while giving you access to care at your convenience. With virtual primary care, you can consult with a healthcare professional anytime, anywhere in the United States, without the wait that comes from a traditional visit. It's primary care at your fingertips. With your prescription membership, you'll receive your essential medications without the stress. You'll get common medications with $0 copays and the convenience of mail-order refills. With a HealthShare membership, you'll be part of a community that values health and wellness as a common mission, sharing the burden of large and often unexpected medical bills. When injury or illness arises, you can see the providers you want with no network restrictions. Ultrio is a new approach to healthcare built just for you. It's an affordable way to manage your health, combining leading-edge technology and products with community-supported care. Join Ultrio and take control of your healthcare.
Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division. Are you planning a trip soon? Whether you're heading out for a relaxing vacation or an exciting adventure, travel insurance can provide peace of mind and protect you from unexpected events. Trip Insurance Consultants, AMAC Division is a family-owned and operated company with over 60 years of experience. Call us old-fashioned, but we believe you should talk to a real person when you need help. Whether you are seeking a quote, have made a purchase, or need help filing a claim, you'll always be helped by a licensed, experienced, in-house insurance agent who is familiar with your policy and treats you like the cherished customer you are. Our staff of highly qualified travel insurance agents is here to help you find coverage that best fits your needs and is available for you before, during, and after your trip if help is needed. Benefits you can include in your coverage include trip cancellation, medical expense, medical evacuation, hurricane and weather coverage, missed connection, delayed baggage, and non-medical emergency evacuation. At Trip Insurance Consultants AMAC Division, we value you and are here to ensure that you and your trip investment